Alrighty. It's Wednesday. It's hump day. Not that kind of hump. But some of you are halfway through your work week. I don't have a work week. I like retirement. Retirement's a good time. You're like, I don't want to work today, so I'm not going to. That's kind of the problem I had yesterday. I forgot to do something yesterday. I forgot to do two things yesterday. So I'm gonna have a busy day today. Um it's gonna take up the rest of my day. So I forgot to cut that video up into chops. Um, um, which means I have to go back and do that. Yeah, good morning, man. I did not sleep well last night. I got something going on with my eye. My left eye is swollen. Of course, sleep has been a little rough lately. The little culprit that I started talking and now he's peacing out. He bashed me in the head. That still hurts. It's that mark on my head. I lost a fight with a cat. So, you can only imagine how I feel about that one. Little jerk face thwacked me in the head. Of course, he's got nails and I don't. So he won and I lost. Little jerk. Like, totally uncalled for. Did not need to bash me in the skull. But he did. And then yesterday, what did yesterday I started getting involved in the Final Fantasy 14, the new content that they have. I mean, it's not exactly new. It's been around. It's been around for a little bit. Oh, we got to turn that one off. It's been around for a little bit, but I'm just starting to get into it. So, things are going good. I am really, really stoked. I am hella stoked. Origin let me know. Well, they didn't let me know. They did the change the status of my new computer to shipped. I was so stoked for that. I went in this morning. I was thinking that it was going to be in QA or whatever, and it shipped. I'm waiting for the shipping information because definitely have to have somebody at home for that bad boy. It's going to require a signature. It's probably going to require 3 signatures. They're going to treat that PC like treating, serving people with court paperwork. But all I need now, Samsung, the ball is in your court. Monday, Tuesday, and today. They said they'd have the monitor fixed in 4 days and then shipped back. I haven't gotten any news from them. I'm hoping that the monitor ships out late today or tomorrow. It'd be great to have my new PC and my monitor fixed. That would be great. That would make me happy. It also would mean that I'd be able to move back downstairs with this PC. This PC, ever since I took the radiator plate off, it stopped resetting for the most part. I can game downstairs with my wife. I don't have to be on a Discord call. That'll be nice. And then my daughter can use this one when she wants to game. And then my other daughter, so it's going to be a good time. 14 and a half months until terminal leave, but who's counting? Man, what would I have left? I would have 5 years of active duty left. If I hadn't gotten retired. I would have had 5 years left to 2026. So good on you. 14 and a half months. 14 and a half months until terminal leave, and then you can just go ahead and get your other job. I would have had 5 years to my retirement date for my 20 because I was in for a hell of a long time, but the first part of my career was as a reservist. So I was in for a long time, but not getting years of credit, what did we get? 24 plus 14, 38 plus 15. Oh no, because those didn't count. So we got like 38 days a year, and then I was activated a whole bunch of times, but yeah, going from reservist to active duty is not a really good conducive way to get to your retirement. It doesn't really work for you. Of course, then when you get to retirement, it's like you're at 20 years and now all of a sudden you're at almost 21 years because you've got all these retirement point days. They don't count for days to getting you to 20, but they count for retirement points after. I have a friend that did that. The active time was added to his retirement day, but the entire time was counted for pay purposes. Yeah, it's kind of weird. It's kind of an interesting setup. It's just like the academy people, an academy graduate. To my understanding, they never retire with 20 years. If they make 20 years, then they retire with 24. Their academy time doesn't. Their academy time doesn't get them to their 20, but then it adds on. He retired at 20, but gets retirement as if he did 26. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. That's because we get pay points and we get retirement points. So, Ashes of Creation. Let me tell you, lots of angry people, or it's so it would appear. And then you start breaking this down. It's the same like 6 angry people. It's like the same 6 angry people all the time. You just notice people keep bringing up stuff, and they're not listening. They're not listening to what Intrepid is saying. So I've been spending the last like year and a half understanding internet trolls, mainly because I'm retired and I have time to invest in such shenanigans. I really think some of these people need to like just get a better hobby. Like unfortunately today it's a little bit more difficult for me to put stuff up on the screen because I only have the monitor, the really small monitor to the right hand side that does the that has like the OBS and that stuff. So I'm going to share with you guys if you want to follow along. I'm going to share with you guys a link to a forum thread. Actually, I think I might be able, let me half size this. If I hide this, hold on, I might be able to put it on the screen. I think it would go better if we could get it on the screen. Okay, that should work. And then we do over here. Let's turn off. Let's turn you off. Let's do the flaw in the flagging system. Competition over in-game resources is inevitable. That much is obvious. If 2 players want to compete for resources and they both flag for PvP, the system works fine. Okay? The main problem is that the availability of karma bombing is counterplay to PKing. Generally speaking, running around taking mob spawns to disrupt you, so you either have to kill them or leave. Or once you flagged red the first time, running into your abilities so that you either end up killing them again or you have to stop grinding. This happened all the time in Black Desert, even when there was a 1% penalty to your XP bar on death. Then the devs of the game made the brilliant decision to remove the XP entirely, but kept the low karma penalties like gear loss in the game. This resulted in an even more toxic environment where the meta was to lower your opponent's HP and stun them so the mobs would kill them in your place. Ultimately, it would be best if Ashes of Creation cultivated a combatant culture where the death penalty stayed low and people respected the winner enough to leave. But in my experience, this must be a lieutenant. In my experience, this is not usually the case. There are probably solutions to these problems, but it's hard to say without experiencing firsthand. For some examples that have been brought up to BDO, no karma penalty for killing the same person repeatedly within a short duration, respawn points moving further and further away on repeated deaths, eventually spawning at a city rather than the local node. This person has no idea about how the game works. It hardly seems fair to punish PKing to the degree of gear loss or severe dampening. There are plenty of other PvP scenarios in the game that will surely have no penalty, such as undercutting prices, which happens outside of the already penalty-free scenario of Node, Guild, Castle Wars. So, first of all, you're a ganker and shut the hell up, you want to be a ganker. That's all this post tells me. This post tells me that Nightly is a ganker. So, first of all, you started it off with the flaw in the flagging system, and you never actually detailed out a flaw. There is no karma bombing in Ashes of Creation because you have control over your karma bombing. For anybody that's not familiar with this, is generally a scenario where you get a lot of low-level characters that all run into the AoE of the person who flags, because the person who flags has no choice but to hit them because of a bad flagging system. Now, in Ashes of Creation, not only can you control your flagging state, you can control your AoE hitting non-combatants state. So, yes, I'm flagged purple and I'm hitting that guy, but my AoEs won't hit the guy. So you can't run into my AoE because you can dance in my AoE. My AoE just isn't going to affect you. I like that the people get wrapped around the axle about the corruption system, but they don't understand it. They are really just mad there was a penalty to their wanting to be a murder hobo. Exactly. First of all, I imagine that the corruption system is going to get ratcheted up, not ratcheted down. I would actually recommend to Intrepid that the corruption system change, and the corruption system change to, if a person that I have hit dies, if a green that I have hit dies within 20 seconds of my last hit, I get corruption. This fixes two problems. Number one, it fixes the problem of people using mobs to do the dirty work. And number two, it fixes the problem of a group of people running around and they have a murder hobo alt with them. And you know, there'll be people that dual box, so their main character is in the 8-person party, and they're on like a 2-person mount. They're getting brought along, and then you have a murder hobo standing there that delivers the coup de grace for you, so that none of your mains get that. Well, just make it so everybody that attacked the green and the green dies. Just make it everybody gets corruption. And some people scream, they're like, and that's not fair. And I'm like, why? Fair is subjective. A lot of people forget that fair is a subjective word. It's a subjective term. I think it's perfectly fair. You were accessory to murder, so you share in the corruption. In Arcage, we got 1 criminal point for attacking somebody, and we got 10 criminal points for killing them, and then it changed in later patches. I think Ashes of Creation needs to add a way to give corruption to anyone that did damage to the player with X amount of time. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you seem to be typing. Yeah, you've been around my show long enough. You know these are my these are my opinions. That way, if you try to whittle somebody down and let somebody else do the coup de grace, yeah, how could somebody even argue that isn't fair? They can't. How could that go wrong though? Here's the brilliant part of it. It's actually a better idea than their system because there is nothing that can go wrong with that. As long as you have the flagging system that allows me to not hit greens that run into my AoE, then you're making lots of people happy. You're probably not making the people who want to be murder hobos happy. But you just raised the skill level. You just raised the skill level of the people. You've just raised the skill level for the people engaging in murder hoboing. And that's what they always claim they want. They claim that they want a high skill They want a high skill. They want a high threat, high everything game. Well, I raised the skill level for you because I make you now not just spam AoEs. I make you ensure you have the right people targeted. Have the devs talked about assigning corruption based on participation? No, not yet. But here's the thing. I brought up in April of 2019 in an interview with Steven that there was a flaw in the corruption system, and Steven said it's going to be thoroughly tested. Over the last 2 years, we have seen so many cheese monkeys talk about the ways that they're going to get around corruption. First of all you're doing by saying, I'm going to do this to get around corruption is giving the developers the, oh, well, I guess we got to patch that. So I'm not worried. I am not worried in the slightest that there's going to be loopholes. Because if you watch Boondock Saints 2, there's always a loophole. There's always a loophole. I had a friend, Jack. He in Vampire the Masquerade, he played a Bruja that followed the path of Ironhar, and people would challenge him all the time. And he'd be like, okay, the challenge is you're challenging me, and they'd say, I'm challenging you. He's like, well then, you call the challenge, I set the terms. And the person would be fine. And he got him every time. Every single time he got him, he'd say, no weapons for you. And people would be like, that's not fair. Be like, I'm the storyteller. I got to be like, time. It's perfectly fair. Now you're screwed because you challenged somebody and you don't understand how this path of enlightenment works, and you're fucked. So yeah, it's no weapons for you. That sucks, but you made the challenge. If you understand, I make the challenge, he sets the terms. So there's always a loophole. There's always a loophole. Next up, a couple of things here. Generally speaking, running around taking mob spawns to disrupt you. I really, 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 really hate this mentality that gamers get into. Those aren't your mobs. It's not your spot. If it was your private hunting ground, a la the 3 subnodes at the castles, if it was your hunting ground, only you would be allowed to kill the monsters there. Only you would be allowed to farm there. Only you would be allowed to grind there. If it was your exclusive hunting ground, you wouldn't have to worry because you'd be able to tag and target the mobs and other people wouldn't. If somebody else can move, first of all, this person is basing it on the solo grinding thing. I don't know why people with complaints about Ashes of Creation continue to get caught up on the well, when I'm solo grinding, you mean never? You mean that thing you're not going to be doing very much of? Because Ashes of Creation isn't designed to be BDO. It's designed for you to have adventures. It's designed for you to, you and Frodo and Sam and, the other 2, Peregrine, the other guy, the other Hobbit. fuck you, other Hobbit. Guy whose name I can't think of at the moment. It's you're going out on an adventure. Merry and Pippin, thank you. The hobbits are going out on an adventure. You're going out with the Fellowship, right? You're going out with the Fellowship of the Ring. You're going to be having adventures. You're not going to be going out and grinding mobs because that kind of gameplay sucks. And that's not what Intrepid is building. Now, where the person says, ultimately it would be best if AOC cultivated a combatant culture where death penalties stayed low and people respected the winner enough to leave. Fuck you, okay? I don't know where you get that, but it's not your spot. I don't have to respect the fact that you came and ganked me when I was at 20% and enough to leave. This is, in my experience, this is not usually the case in MMOs. No kidding. There are probably solutions to these problems. What problems? You haven't detailed out any actual problems yet. You've detailed out a potential flaw in the corruption system that we already know about. I want to see what some people said about this. I don't know, man. The two main reasons to... So, I don't know, man. There's two... The main two reasons to kill a green are, and then there's three reasons underneath it. You want to steal from them, in which case you reap what you sow. You want to move, leave the area, in which case you can now move, leave the area too. And then you got mad and lost your temper. You failing to control your anger is not anyone else's problem. I mean, there's more than these two reasons to kill a green. There's more than these two reasons to kill a green. One of the reasons to kill a green are you want to steal from them. They're scouting you. They're following your caravan. They're scouting your castle. You know that they just killed somebody and they've ground off their corruption, and so you want to get your revenge anyway. I love this next person. In Lineage 2, the system worked fine for the most part. Yes, it was not perfect. Aside from Darkfall, Ultima Online, and Eve's system, nothing is perfect. So, just so we're clear, guys, Eve's kill system isn't perfect in the slightest. Eve's kill system is completely broken. The benefit to Eve's anti-murder system is that it is against the terms of service to avoid Concord. They have now said, due to the game being 15 years old and people doing shenanigans, they have now said that it is against the rules to avoid Concord. Even if you manage to do it and your ship doesn't get destroyed, if the person reports you, well, it was like this before I left. If you blew somebody up in high sec, got a criminal flag, and you managed to avoid getting killed and they reported you, you'd have your account sanctioned. Because when you're a criminal, you can't go to a station because in high sec, because the station will clap you. If you go to a gate, the gate will clap you. So in Eve, you cannot even warp away now if you get the criminal flag. So that's finally how they fixed it. Because what people were doing is they were warping to deep safes. And then while you're in warp, Concord can't get to you. So now they took away your... So I would say that with that in place, this system's probably now perfect. The flaw with that is you can grind off a lot of criminal status in low sec, in null sec very quickly. The AOC system is a modified version of the Lineage 2 system. I expect it to be fine. The Karma system is lenient enough to allow non-hardcore players a place in the world. The Karma system is lenient enough to allow non-hardcore players a place in the world. That line really doesn't fit. That line really doesn't fit here because the Karma system is lenient enough that... okay. Maybe after a few more alphas, they will learn if it needs some tweaking. But I expect the flagging system to be fine. I personally would rather have full loot, but I guess that causes too much emotional distress. So, really, you want full loot. So you already have bias. Here we go. Here's Unknown. Here's my tag team champion partner. He's the co-holder of the tag team belts. Will players be able to place ships in the water anywhere in a beach? Or just in a shipyard node? Right now, you can cast a ship from any dry land. You can cast a ship from any dry land. There will be certain ships that may only be able to be launched from harbors. And they may only be allowed to be offloaded and unloaded in harbors. More on that later. Is everything all right? You sound more chill and less enthusiastically angry compared to usual when reading the forums. Because this isn't over the top stupidity. This is just yet another flaw, and I want to actually see how the community responds. If you have questions about the state of the corruption system or poor understanding of how much work has been put in over the several years, I recommend watching one of Jahlon's streams. He does them often and takes live questions. He will set you right quick. Yeah. Same shit, different day. Sometimes. But I like to look at these threads occasionally to see how the community is growing and how the community is responding, and are we still getting the rabble like right there. There are plenty of other PvP scenarios in the game which will surely have no penalty. You aren't the first poster here to refer to the marketplace actions as PvP, but it makes me laugh every time still. Rather than encouraging people to respect the winner of a PvP fight, Intrepid are intending on trying to get people to work together for resources and such rather than compete. No, they're not. No, they're not at all. Assuming you're grinding harvesting in an area that will assist your node, any other player you come across in that content is also leveling your node. Okay, so yes, in that regard, for XP, that is correct. The best thing for you to do in that situation is to work together. No, it's not. Okay, I like the Marine Corps mantra for this. It fits better than any other branch of service. Unit, Corps, God, Country. Those aren't exactly in the order you would think they should be in. But Unit, Corps, God, Country. In the Marines, every Marine is a rifleman. Every Marine is a Marine. But the Marines have instilled the lowest level loyalty theory. Every Marine is loyal to the Marines, but they're loyal to their unit first, and then the Marine Corps second. Because if I'm worrying about what the rest of the Marine Corps is doing, I'm not worrying about what my unit is doing. So in this, I agree that some people's mentality is going to be node, guild, self, region. But my mentality is going to be self, guild, node, region. Because if I build up myself, then I can better support my guild. I better support my guild is better, stronger, better, faster. It can better support the node. And then the node is better, stronger, faster. It can support the region. So this person has a fine opinion, but there is their opinion is their bias, and they're saying the best thing for you to do in that situation is work together. Working together should not only mean each of you is getting more kills faster, but it also means your node getting far more experience than it would if you were fighting each other. So a couple of things here again. You're basing this on the bias of solo grinding. I really hope you guys aren't thinking Ashes of Creation is a solo grinding game, because it's not. They're not making yet another single player in a world where you only come together for certain content. Are you going to be able to grind on certain mobs on your own? Of course. Of course. Is that going to be the compelling gameplay? No. Are you going to just be out there in the woods and hooking up with strangers, like getting into the, the panel van because the sign on the side says free candy? No. Because what you're probably going to run into is groups of people that are out there being more, being more efficient. If I know that we get more XP per minute by having people, the only way I'm inviting a pug into our group is if somebody out of my 8 has to leave or somebody out of my 8 isn't there. BDO isn't a particularly good game to use as a reference to try to point and understand Ashes or to try to find flaws in the system. True. Also, the idea of running into somebody's ability to force them to attack you isn't a thing in Ashes. Also true. They will add a timer to the flag state, and if the target dies within that period, you will get corruption. It's funny, all the smart people have this opinion. This is exactly what I'm talking about. If there is so much hate for PKing, why bother putting it in the game at all? Just set up a dueling system that mirrors the combatant versus combatant flag that currently exists. Well, first of all, no, dumbass. You don't need to do that. See, I hate when people talk or punch above their weight class. Just set up a dueling system that mirrors the combatant flag. How about we just set up a dueling system that doesn't have the combatant flag system so you don't die? The duel stops at 1 hit point. There's basically no reason to go red in the current system. At most, maybe you do 1 to 2 kills to try to keep your grinding spot. See, this person is so caught up on grinding spot that they don't understand the rest of the game. Absolutely no reason to go deep red mechanically. I'm sure of, okay, well, why would I go deep red? See, because this person doesn't understand it. This person doesn't understand it. I just watched you finish mining out the silver vein. I just finished watching you mine out the silver vein, and I need silver. Guess what? I'm going to kill you because I know you're going to drop silver. In that regard, I don't want you to flag up. If I need 100 silver ore to make the ingots I need, I don't want you to flag up. I want to kill you as a non-combatant because I want your drop rate to be higher. And then I'm going to kill you, scoop the silver, and then I'm very, very, very quickly going to run towards my point of storage, killing everything I can as I go so that I can start grinding off that corruption and hopefully get the corruption gone before I die. Like, because people don't understand the system thoroughly, all of their complaints with the system are based around, well, you're only going to kill me for that grinding spot. So this person's trying, but I don't know. See, I don't honestly know if this person is trying to, make the game, if this person is trying to make the game a PvP free game, or if they're trying to make it a gank box. And I just don't know. I just don't know what they're trying to accomplish, because their argument now in their first post to their second post is kind of all over the place. If you have corruption, are you able to put things into storage? Enter towns. Oh, here, let me grab that one. You gotta forgive me, guys. I'm gonna be kind of all over the place today. My back is killing me. I had therapy on my back yesterday, and my massage therapist beat me up. If you have corruption, are you able to put things into storage? Enter towns. Enter towns, no. I mean, you can, but the guards in the town are going to kill you. The guards in the town are going to kill you just the same as anybody else. Plus the fact, remember, if you walk into town, every single person can just like gang up on you. I was about to use a really bad phrase. Every person can gang up on you, and if you kill any of them, you get more corruption. You're more than likely not going to try to go into town as corrupted. You're more than likely going to go into your freehold's point of storage and drop off stuff there. Now, it is perfectly likely, perfectly reasonable that once you're corrupted, you can't interface with your storage, and that's what stops you from getting out of the penalty. The only way to remove corruption was a quest. They have changed that. That has changed recently. I'm going to give you the corruption. There's the corruption page for Ashes 101. There have been some changes. As of July 2020, there was a change in the corruption system. Previously, the only way was to work off corruption was to die or do a quest. Now they've changed it so you can work off corruption by dying or grinding out mobs. The thing is, they've also added another piece to that mechanic where you have a murder count. And what I mean by the murder count is you kill one guy. You kill one level 50. And I'm just making, this isn't their system, but I'm just using some examples because I like tangibles. So you kill, where the hell are my pens? I don't like this new desk setup, guys. I gotta get the other monitor in so I can fix some stuff. So you're a level 50, you kill one guy, and he was a level 50, so you get 1 point of corruption. 1 value, 1 tick, one coin, 1 whatever. Now you're a level 50, and you kill another guy. Your murder count is now 2. It was another 50, so you get another 1 point. And now this goes on and this goes on and this goes on, and now you're level 50 and you kill a level 30. It's your third murder, but you're going to get a lot more than 1 point of corruption for killing that level 30. Number one, you're going to get a lot of corruption for killing that level 30 because that level 30 is 20 levels below you. So you get a spanking because you killed somebody that you outlevel. You also are going to get possibly more corruption because now your murder count is at 3. Now, we don't know any values. We don't have any tangible examples. We're Jon Snow. We know nothing. But the trick to this is your kill count doesn't reset on death. So today you kill 5 people. Tomorrow you kill 5 people. Over the weekend you kill 50 people. Now, you are at, let's say you're at 100 murders. When you kill somebody because you have 100 murders on your soul, you might not get 1 point of corruption anymore. You might get 10 points of corruption. You might get 10 points of corruption, even though you killed a level 50. The reason why is the system is penalizing you for being a murder hobo. The system is saying, yeah. Now, what's going to happen if you go to the edge of the map? Invisible wall or instant death? Good question. Most likely, it will be you bump into the wall. However, it is possible that because they want the map to be available for expansions later down the road, it is completely plausible, completely fair that they actually have just corruption at the edge of the map. That way they don't have to explain away why there's been this invisible wall. All they have to do is say, this is the part of Vera that the corruption has withdrawn from. And because the corruption withdrew, and watch this, guys. Steven and Jeff should take notes, because I can write server merges into this right now. I'm gonna write server merges into this idea. Ready? So instead of having a invisible wall, surround the map with corruption. And that way, if you do an expansion pack, then all you got to do is withdraw the corruption further, and then you have a new continent. So don't you hate when they just suddenly fucking make new world appear? Like Arc Age. Arc Age was great, except all of a sudden it's like, oh, this area is now suddenly accessible. Well, Ashes has the ability to just surround their world with corruption. Surround this map with corruption. And then when they want to open up a northern continent, the corruption just pulls back. The corruption just pulls back. And now you can access a new continent. Also, this works because it's what you can do to justify server merges, and you can have a server merging event. One of the greatest things I saw with Final Fantasy XIV 1.0, the original launch, Not a Realm Reborn, was they had an end of game event. They had an end of game story. The game is shutting down. No, not server versus server. There's no server versus server. Hey, get out of the fucking window. You bad cat. Yeah. So what you do is, remember I said you surrounded the area with corruption, and you need to do a server merge. Well, what you do is the corruption starts moving. So the server that's merging, they will be on the new continent. No. So what you do is you have this area outlined with the corruption, and your server is at the point where it needs to merge, just start the battle royal. Just start the battle royal. Every day, every hour, every whatever, the corruption just starts moving in more and more towards the divine gates, and then obviously the Talnar starting area wouldn't be able to use it. The Talnar characters all have to report to the underground. The Talnar all have to report to the underground. The everybody else has to make it to one of the 4 divine gates. And then you start getting the actual, like, you know, the frustration of people. Your node is gone, your freehold's gone, and chick, every day you log in, the player density gets bigger, guilds that are at war are on top of each other. I think that would be a great way to, and you do it over the span of a week, 10 days maybe, but you have a server ending event. Fine, fuck it. Just use the window. Just leave me alone. Little demon over there is being bad. He's playing with the blinds. So I think you do a server ending event. Everybody goes back to Sanctus. Everybody goes back to Sanctus, and then all the people from the other Vera that you're merging with them, they all go back to Sanctus. And then that's how you do the server. You take their server offline at 7 o'clock. We would have to play with the times a little bit, but you take their server offline at, like, say 3 o'clock in the afternoon. You take the 2 servers go offline. And assuming you could do it in 4 hours, I don't know if you could do it in 4 hours. We'd have to play with the times in order how long it would take them to do the merger. But then everybody goes back to Sanctus, and then everybody comes back to Vera. Would they be able to keep their stuff? Yeah, unfortunately, let's be honest for a second. No, that you have to let people keep their stuff. People don't come back to a game when they lose their stuff. And this has been proven, this has been documented over and over and over again in ArcAge. Every time ArcAge did a evolution, which is their way to do it, to say a server merge, every single time ArcAge did an evolution, they lost huge swaths of their player base. Because what you're ultimately telling them, and ArcAge is different because you can be this huge fucking land baron. And ArcAge, I gave ArcAge the perfect idea on how to stabilize their population, and they didn't want to take me up on it, because they don't give a shit either. But you can't take people's shit away from them. Otherwise, what happens is you've kind of destroyed the MMORPG mentality. The person's like, oh well, my time is over. My time in the game is over because my world is destroyed. You have to bait the hook enough to say, well, now you've played through it one time, play through it again. He's angry. He sees a bird. He's chirping. If there's so much hate for PK, why bother putting it in the game at all? Freedom of choice. Absolutely. Absolutely. I want to choose. I am Neo. See, this nightly person doesn't give a shit about a conversation. You have the freedom to drop a cinder block on your foot, but why would you hurt yourself for no reason? Well, I don't know, but the DSM-5 in the world of psychology is filled with people who hurt themselves, but they don't hurt themselves for no reason. There's always a reason why they hurt themselves, and you shouldn't do that. And if you're feeling that you are going to do that, you should reach out and we can get you hooked up with some online counseling. But when you say, going red is pointless, it's not a choice. Going red, okay, you cannot say it's not a choice if it's a choice. If I choose to do it, it is most certainly a choice. Now, if you say, do I want to put my left hand in a blender or I want to put my right hand in a blender? The immediate question somebody should ask is, well, why in the hell are you putting your hand in a blender? And then I got to go to my good old friend Jigsaw, I gotta go to my buddy Jigsaw. You know, how badly do you want to live? You know, and I find Saw to be a very thought-provoking series of movies. If you want to live, you have to cut off your foot. If you want to live, you have to kill the other guy. If you want to live, how much of your fat are you willing to cut off and throw down a chute? You know, these are choices. These are choices. These are beyond the do I want a quarter pounder with cheese or a Big Mac choices in life. These are the choices in life. So you can't turn around and say it's not a choice. It is a choice. It's not a choice you would make, but it's a choice I would make. From my limited understanding, there is limited fast travel. If this is the case, then the further an individual or group must travel to get to a particular area, then the likelihood that time and effort to get there will be valued. Valued by some to ensure the effort is not in vain by PKing someone or a group that were not there first, or alternatively PKing to take over the area. The value of the particular spot will also come into play. Be that a sweet spot for XP or drops. I can't see PKing being that common, as the outline of the consequences appear to be higher than other games. XPing over another spot is usually general manner and not tolerated. What? XPing over another spot is usually against general manner and not. Okay. If the gaming world, guys, work with me here. If the gaming world was so polite and had so many manners, why is my poor dead mother burned in effigy on a daily basis in every single MOBA or first-person shooter I play? You cannot try to say that gamers are taking the moral high road and that they have manners with the amount of derogatory shit gamers say about other people. But if you're a passive player or weaker than the others, then there's probably little you can do solo, but lots you can do if you have a clan. Games like this are to be played with other people. True. Age of Conan and BDO had little penalty to speak of. Lineage 2 had considerable consequence with dying. One death could equal 1 to 3 hours of grinding, so a PK round was a considerable choice, and 4 to 5 deaths in an afternoon of PvP really hurt. But for clans with clan halls, there was instant fast travel, so if you were quick enough, there was an instant out if you got your timing right. 0.3% per hour when I left the game. Ashes, I believe, may not have fast travel to the same extent, so death will hurt, so it's likely a bigger decision. Okay. This is where my head starts to hurt. If you're going to make posts on the forums, please read what you wrote. Fast travel has nothing to do with how much the death hurts. Fast travel has to do with how quickly can you recoup from the death. But it's not apples and bananas here. It's apples and gunpowder. We're not even comparing like to like things. You have the freedom. Oh, because your mate would. Never mind. A timer seems like an awful idea. No, it doesn't, because it doesn't. Let's see if the person can now back up this statement. Especially consider there is no toggle, so we're technically forced to engage someone to test their interest in fighting back in the first place. What you're suggesting adds additional risk to the initiation of the attack by now suggesting the person who gets attacked could suicide on mobs to cause corruption, even if the attacker backed off because this person never fought back. Yes. And, yeah, it's a proportionate level. The whole flagging system still seems dumb to me without a toggle that would allow the players to choose for themselves which flagging state they want to be in without having manually to attack people in order to change it. Okay, so first of all, this person doesn't like it. So if your base position is I don't like it, then all of your arguments are going to be bad because you're arguing from the I don't like it. The fact that you have to flag and tag somebody to change your combatant state is good. And here's why. Nobody is going to walk around in the flag state if then that means that the person attacking them and murdering them can do it with impunity, because then you're always going to have those people that are running up behind you to gank you because they know they're a level 50 in legendary unique gear and you're a level 50 in shit gear. The argument that people have made that I should be able to flag myself to indicate to people that I'm willing to PvP is a bullshit argument, because most people wouldn't. Only the apex predators would roll around flagged up. A lot of people say I would flag up, and then I say, no, you wouldn't. And I explain why. I can't wait to hear the whine when people realize I can't just sit in one spot and farm mobs. I can't just sit in one spot and farm resources. They respawn across the entire map. True. There should be a way for strong party to kill weak party to take over the farming spot. There is. Question is, can you cleanse the amount of PK you have doing a quest, or does that quest only remove your current corruption? The quest removes your murder count. The grinding on mobs and earning XP gets rid of your corruption. And no, there shouldn't be a way for a strong party to kill a weak party to take over a farming spot. There should be a way for you to take over the farming spot and then accept the consequences of your actions. Because again, I keep reminding people, it's not your farming spot. It's not my spot because I got here first. It's not your spot because you got here second and you're stronger than me. It's just a spot. It's just a spot. Who gets to stay there is the people that are, that have the non-combatant influence to keep it. Hey man, you're gonna have to give us our party spot, or you're gonna have to give up this spot. No, thank you. I don't think I will. And then they killed my party, and then I write down all their names and I find out what node they're in, and I take 10 million gold out of my guild resources and I pay 5 mercenary companies to burn that node to fucking ash. And then I burn their node down and I bag the ashes, I salt the earth, and then every node that those people go to for the next 2 months, I burn down until finally they realize they're not having any fun and they realize that there's one person behind it. And they say, well, what the fuck's your problem? And I say, well, for every choice, there's a consequence, and you made a choice. There's a really great EVE Online video for this. Vic is having a bad day. Vic decided to blow up 3 miners who are miners in an important strategic logistical arm of a major corporation. So the leader of that alliance, he puts a bounty on Vic's head. And it's amazing that people got to realize that. Fast travel is related in terms that I just traveled 2 hours to get the XP spot. I'm not waiting 5 hours just to be polite. Slower travel means higher stakes and everything. Why would you travel 2 hours to get to an XP spot? Are you forgetting that there are going to be XP spots all over the map? What are we talking about? We're talking about this thread. We're talking about the flaw in the flagging system thread. Here's the thing. When people peeps, the problem when people start going to this bullshit, these bullshit second and third standard deviation examples, is it's really easy for me to shoot holes in the water line of your boat. You're saying, I just traveled 2 hours. So you just traveled from the north to the south of the continent to an XP spot? I doubt it. I doubt it. More likely you traveled 20 to 30 minutes. Now, you traveled 2 hours to get to a grinding spot because you need desert wyvern pelts, or you need penguin fur, or you need whatever the resources that I'll agree with you. You're going to travel 2 hours for that. You're going to take a hunting party, a raiding party, a gathering party down there. I absolutely 100% agree with you. That's going to happen. But yeah, not XP, rare loot, absolutely. And that's, we got to make sure that when we're doing the show, we stick to the realism, the realistic outcomes of those things. I don't think anybody's going to travel 2 hours for an XP site. Would it be possible to buy gold or resources with real money? No. If you get caught doing RMT, you're going to get bannerinoed. Buying gold will get you banned just as fast as gold sellers get banned. In fact, Steven's pretty quick with the ban hammer. Stevens had to be talked back from the ledge by his staff. And I don't like the fact that they talk him back from the ledge. I think Steven should just hire me to be a senior GM so I can work from home, and I'll do my 3 or 4 hours a day. You don't have to pay me. Just let me have senior GM powers. I'll fucking run around, and I won't even do it on my server. I'll just run around other servers. I'll ban the fuck out of people. I'll ban cheaters outright. I don't give a shit. You're banned. Why? Because you're cheating. You're stupid. Banned. There have been plenty of times in other MMORPGs when I disliked a player so much that I would like to be able to just attack in my sight. I like that freedom. I like that freedom too. For example, if a player ninja loots or is just a jerk in general, I would love to be able to find him during one of his gathering excursions and kill him and take a good chunk of his hard work. I will deal with the consequences and grind out the corruption. Booyah. Oh man, it's this guy. It's V-Man. I don't want to like V-Man. V-Man's a good. V-Man's got a head on his shoulders. And here's Nightly. Here's Nightly. Someone could spend an hour following around ninja looting and competing for last hits. No, they can't. No, they can't, because loot's not designed by last hit. What can you do to stop him? Kill him repeatedly, which drops your ability, scores rapidly, tags you for bounty hunters, potentially loss of items. The system needs to allow for more nuance. It does allow for more nuance. See, Nightly's a whiny bitch. What you are is you're a whiny bitch. You don't understand the system. You think you understand the system, and all you're doing by responding to everybody is you're being a whiny bitch. The system needs to allow for more nuance or be more thorough in its prevention of karma bombing. There is no fucking karma bombing. So this person doesn't understand it, and they're advocating. I asked that because I thought someone that has so much money in the game will be really difficult to be tanked so hard that he will contract a team of mercenaries to kill the PKs. Yeah, that's called in-game gold. That's not real-world money. I can hire mercenaries with my in-game gold. In fact, I will hire mercenaries with my in-game gold. You did not understand my post. Yes, in this case, it might not do much for you, but if you catch the same player at a time where he's carrying a lot and kill him because he's on your enemy list and take a good chunk of his resources, then you've accomplished a lot. There might be improvements that need to be made to the system. I'm not denying that. I'm just expressing why the system could still be useful in its current format, because you seem to imply that it's currently pointless. Again, spot on. Have I played the game before? Yes, I played the game in Alpha Zero. I played the game when it was in APOC testing, and I have played, I have been invited to play during the December testing, simply because I have told you guys many moons before this chart came out that I owned an Intrepid pack. So all Intrepid pack holders were invited for the December testing. Where are we? I'm going to skip this one because they're addressing the other guy's thing. I think the overall issue with this thread and concept is most contested XP mob fights will not be solo player versus solo player. True. 16 days, Wicked Jelly. I know. Have you played the game? I don't know. That reminded me of Albion Online. The solution was to join guilds for protection. Maybe I'm misunderstanding, but it sounds like it's not solo friendly. The game is solo friendly, but you have to realize the things you're going to do solo aren't the same as the things you're going to do in a group. If you don't have a guild, if you don't have a group, if you don't have a Jish, if you don't have a static, then there are going to be things you can't do in Ashes of Creation, as there should be. You should not be able to do all of the content in the game as a solo player. I'll tell you right now, I despise Final Fantasy XIV at the moment because new storyline isn't coming. I play Final Fantasy 14 for the story. I don't play it because I find the gameplay compelling. I play it for the story. I play it because my wife enjoys it. I need to have an MMO in my life. All I do in Final Fantasy, though, is I log in 5 days a week and I do a dungeon, and I'm usually in and out of the game in like 20 minutes. And then I do 1 raid a week because my wife needs her blades for her weapon. I don't think a game like that is good. I think the Party Finder absolutely ruined the game. It made it too casual friendly. So what is the focus on the February test? If you're a member of the February test, you know what the focus is. If you're not a member of the February test, you don't know and you don't need to know. If Intrepid tells you what the focus of the test is, then Intrepid tells you. But anything covered under NDA is covered under NDA, and let's not ask about things that are covered under the NDA. Let's see. I see it coming down on how to remove the karma from going red, and also depend on just how many PKs you've had at your tally at the time. Sure. What game would you say Ashes of Creation is most similar to? I would say Ashes of Creation is the result of putting Lineage 2, Star Wars Galaxies, and ArcAge in a blender and hitting for pay. ArcAge, Lineage 2, and Star Wars Galaxies are the 3 games that I think AOC is the most similar to. The reason why you can't say AOC is, or Ashes is similar to this game, is because then you're going against what the entire design of Intrepid Studios is, and they're not making a clone of anything. I've heard people say that this is a Lineage 2 clone, and I'm like, you're just dumb. You're just dumb. And here's why. Lineage 2 was a massively popular game for a very short period of time. It stayed massively popular over in Asia. But I would not say that Lineage 2 remained a massive blockbuster in the Western world. Mainly because WoW really took a bite out of Lineage's ass, to just put it how it is. I see a bomber. It's a very sexy TikTok clock. So Lineage was pretty good. There were a lot of problems with Lineage, though. There were a lot of things wrong with Lineage. So it's nice to see them building on. It's nice to see them building on the success of Lineage, the success of ArcAge, and the success of really Star Wars Galaxies. Star Wars Galaxies had a lot of success. John Schmedley is responsible for the murder of an amazing game. An amazing game. Is Guntag here? Oh, no Guntag. I'm gonna forget. Like, one day we're gonna get to the promised land, and I'm gonna be like, oh shit, he was here and I forgot. So yeah, let me throw these down because I know some of you are still working on these. I don't like the quest that requires me to mark the map. I saw a good question. It was, do you think that there will exist a little possibility a player with a determined class could do a multiplayer dungeon or boss in solo mode? No. No. And here's why. Intrepid isn't going to build a game where... Okay, now let me back that up a second. Is it possible that you're going to be able to solo like a level 10 dungeon boss? Sure. Are you going to be able to solo a boss? Are you going to be able to solo a boss at your level? No. Because if you can solo a boss at your level, then you have a class that is completely overtuned. If you can solo a boss at your level, then how the hell is anybody going to kill you in PvP? How is anybody going to kill you in PvP if you're soloing a same level boss? It's just, you gotta remember, you gotta have good game design, and part of good game design is making sure you're always being cognizant of the power creep that happens when you have a PvX game. PVX game, you have some people that are PvP, some people that are PvE, and you have to make sure that the PvEers don't suddenly become a threat to the PvPers because you have PvP skills and PvP nerfing, or you don't have these things, or you have PvP gear, or you don't have these things, or you have PvP stats, or you don't have these things. That's why I like the fact that they're not trying to have PvP specific gear. Because I think that the accomplishment of acquiring gear through dungeon running is no more or no less significant than accomplishing it through arenas or battlegrounds or sieges or wars. So, no, I don't think you're ever going to be soloing a dungeon or a boss at your level. Going back and doing stuff that's lower than your level, sure, absolutely. Lineage 2 is fantastic, and it still is, though not as popular. I played it for 9 or 10 years. I'm looking forward to something that will be similar to it. It will be. It will be. Will a summon fight automatically, or will its abilities be controlled by the player? A second skill bar when summoned. So, we don't have any information about the summoner. On the link tree for Ashes of Creation, if you guys are looking for a single stop shop of like stuff you can give to people, you can just give them the Ashes 101 link tree and just be like, here you go, here's some stuff. I keep that up to date with the most up-to-date stuff. If you look at my October interview with Steven, and then in the bottom, if you go to the interview, there's going to be the timestamps. Steven talks about summoners, and he says they're going to be the last or second to last class designed. So I don't want to say summoners are going to be this or summoners are going to be that because we don't know. Just my opinion as someone with very little PvP experience, I like the concept of karma. I know if someone kills me red versus green, I will immediately run for the respawn, wait for him to be at that reduced hit point, then exact righteous vengeance as a green versus red. I guess that's what karma bombing must mean. That's not what karma bombing means. I would even prefer the karma system to go further. Let's say someone kills me red versus green. Then when I see him a month later and attack green versus green, then I would like it if we both automatically become purple. Force purple on him. So if I kill them, then no corruption would be given to me for righting a previous wrong. This is actually, this is actually something that EVE Online did really well. These are called kill rights, and I would love to see them institute kill rights. I think it would add another level of dynamic. So a kill right would be, I kill Fupo, right? I kill Fupo. And then Fupo has a one-time force me into combat card that he can play, which means I always, for the next month, I have to be on my toes because he's got a kill right on me. He's got the right to force me into combat. And I think this person hits it on the head. I think that would be a very amazing thing to add to Ashes of Creation, because if you can force the person into a purple state, you can fuck their day up when they're not looking, when they're not ready for it. And then the person would have to be cognizant of, the person would definitely have to be cognizant of how many people they kill, because they have to be cognizant of how many kill rights are on there. If you want to know about bounty hunting, there you go. In Lineage 2, healers could heal a mob that you were fighting, causing you to have to flee or get killed, but the healer didn't get flagged. Do you know if this will be possible in AOC? No. They haven't said anything about killing or healing mobs. And I'm against this as a healer, as a lifelong healer. I think that's bullshit. I don't think you should be able to heal mobs. I think that healers should get Oh, damn. I think healers should get X level of protection. At the same time, I think that I think that healers need to have a lot. Healers need more control over. Healers need more control over who they get flagged by. Yeah, if you heal a purple, you'll be flagged, but I can set it so I don't accidentally heal a purple. One of the flaws in Arcade was if your dumbass flagged and I threw a mend, I got flagged. Ashes is going to have a robust flagging system where I get to decide. If I want to be flagged. If I get to decide if I want to be flagged because you want to be stupid. And I really think that is a good direction to go. Wonder if you can heal somebody else's summon? Probably. How does this company handle changes made to the game? Do they listen to the community or is it all in-house? Well, that's Ghost. That's kind of a weird question. Every decision made by a gaming company ever is an in-house decision. The decision is always in-house. The community never makes the decision. So if you're asking if they make data-driven decisions, yes. If you're asking if they make community influence decisions, the answer is yes. But there is no such time in any game, in any game's development. I know some people immediately try to quote RuneScape to me, and the answer with that is no, because RuneScape is an illusion of choice. RuneScape is choice, but it's an illusion of choice because the options they offer you are only options that they're willing to do. You vote on options that they've presented. So there's never going to, like, you could get 100,000 people to say, we want Ashes of Creation to be full loot. And Steven would be like, that's awesome. Go play Albion. Go play Crowfall. Go play something else. So all the decisions are in-house. It's not a democracy. But they do take community input. Most recently, you saw the developer discussion on login rewards was a big one. They put much like RuneScape, they put something out there, and they asked for feedback, and they changed their direction on it. Let's see. Alternatively, it could be set up so that if you heal a mob, you're flagged, so the person fighting the mob can kill you for free. No, it just shouldn't. You just shouldn't be able to heal the mob. I'm a healer, and I shouldn't be able to heal mobs. It makes no damn sense that I can heal mobs. So yeah. Period. End of story. Let's see. How is the flagging system introduced to players in Lineage 2? It seems like a lot of people are alarmed when they first heard of it. Would be more helpful to introduce it to new players after they a bit more accustomed to the world. So this brings up the ever timeless discussion of should you have to do any outside reading for a MMO, or should everything in the MMO be presented to you inside the game? And I'm of two minds of this. As an educator, I 100% believe that. I 100% agree that you need to present material in a good fashion, in a tutorial fashion to your player base. However, people shouldn't have to read a 500-page manual in order to start in the game. Do I think that the flagging states need to be explained? Yes, absolutely. Do I think that Intrepid should have a quick 5-minute tutorial? Maybe not even 5, maybe a 3-minute tutorial video that pops up that you have to watch? Yes, I almost think maybe dial it down to 90 seconds. I don't know if 90 seconds, I don't know if 90 seconds is going to be long enough. I mean, a 3-minute video, and I hate to be like this. I hate to be like this, but do I think that when you make your first character, or they could even do it ahead of time. A 3-minute video you need to watch when you make your account. A 3-minute video you have to watch when you make your character. And since they want to have the character creator available well before launch, I don't think making people sit through a 3-minute tutorial, a well done one that doesn't have them bullshitting on anything other than here's all the things you need to know about Ashes of Creation before you start. Once you've watched it, you can skip it, you can rewatch it. But don't you hate the people that join a game and then they ask you, and like you have a tutorial that is skippable, and people skip the tutorial, and then all you have in local chat or shout chat or nation chat or every chat is how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do this? And you really just want to say, go back and play the fucking tutorial. Some people are going to say Ashes of Creation is too complex. It's bordering on the EVE Online level of complexity. I don't agree with that at all. What about a tutorial island? What about Warframe? Warframe, I played through the tutorial and then I had a couple of seizures when I played Warframe. And then I went back to Warframe about a year later. And then I had a seizure. So Warframe, I just can't play Warframe. Something about the combination, because I don't see the color blue very well. I'm blue colorblind, basically. And so the blue and white flashing that happens definitely causes seizures. On that, I am really thankful to my community who played Cyberpunk a little bit ahead of me. And they were like, Jay, you're going to have a seizure. I was like, got it. Thanks. So luckily that didn't happen. I like Warframe, then didn't after years, then I liked it again. They can easily build explaining the flagging system into the in-game tutorial in whatever way they represent it. You know, here's the problem. I think they need a 3-minute video simply because people skip tutorials, and skipping over the fact and explaining what Ashes of Creation is. Ashes of Creation is an open world theme box where you are always vulnerable to being the victim. Doesn't really, I mean, it tells you exactly what it is, but it doesn't really sell well. It's not sexy. It's not marketing sexy. It's truth. It's truth in advertising, but it's not sexy. But people need to know that. People need to know that they're always vulnerable to being PvP'd. So I don't know, how would they say this? Ashes of Creation is an open world theme box game that does not have an opt-in PvP system. You are always eligible to be PvP'd. However, we have a anti-gank box system in place. Boom, here's how this works, and move forward. Like, if you're green, you can attack a red, but you can't attack. See, that's what's going to confuse people. That's what's going to confuse the shit out of people. If I'm a green, I can attack a red, but I can't attack a purple. That's why I understand if they have to code it this way because of the ghosts in the machine, but it makes no damn sense. It makes no damn sense that I'm a non-combatant. It makes no damn sense that I can attack a red, but I have to flag to attack a purple. Over the years that I've stared at this chart, I have made videos on the corruption system, the combatant system, the PvP system. It still continues to make not a damn bit of sense to me that a non-combatant can attack a red, but they cannot attack a purple. The only explanation I have for this is that due to the complexity of coding, they want to keep it simple. And so they don't want two different rules for a green can't attack a red, but a green doesn't have to flag to defend themselves against a red. So I think people, I don't think, I know that one of the top 5 issues that people have is the flagging system. I would really like the ability to go back to a tutorial video or something. Like if you end up traveling for work or deployment or something, that way if you find too much time, it'd be easier to find later. No, I agree with that. I think an often overlooked section of MMORPGs is the tutorial system. And I think, hell, I think an overlooked section of video games in general is the tutorial system. And I love when people downplay or diminish the importance of education, and they're like, oh, well, that's easy. Really? You think it is? You think developing a tutorial is easy? Because it's not. It's education at its corest form. I have X amount of time to teach you Y amount of information and get you up to Z level proficiency. It's not easy. It's not easy to do. If it was easy to do, all I have to say is this, and then we're going to stick with Ashes. If it was easy to do, people graduating high school wouldn't be functioning at such a debilitated level. It is confusing, but the idea there is to punish red players more, though incentivizing green PvE players to attack them. So it would be a mistake to call a green player a PvE player. That would be a huge mistake because everybody is in the green state unless they're actively in combat. You cannot flag into purple, so that would be a bad way to view it. Also, I'm going to tell you, if I'm hunting reds, because I know what the penalty brings, if I'm going to kill a red, even though I'm a PvPer, if I'm not 70% more certain I can kill that red, I'm going to stay green when I attack him. And the reason why is because I know that if I attack them as a green and they kill me, they get even more corruption. They get even weaker for the next person that they fight. So calling a green player PvE I would not do that. I wonder if mobs will have the same red color as corrupted players. Yes, that is the intention. That because they are meant to be viewed as monsters. They are meant to be viewed as enemies, and they're equivalently NPCs. You've been playing World of Tanks since 2011, and you just learned some of the more intricate nuances of the camo system by watching a video World of Tanks released on YouTube about 5 years ago. Hey, there's shit that everybody learns all the time. It's just how it is. Let's see. There's just a lot of here. Haven't you talked in the past to about more than 3 states, like allied players or flagging? Yeah, there's actually more than the 3 flagging states, but we don't have the official verbiage from Intrepid yet. You have hold on, I think I have. Maybe. Let me see if I have it. Yeah, here we go. So you have multiple flagging states. This is gonna cycle through. I'll let this roll through several times. But yeah, there are multiple flagging states. There are PvP. There are bounty hunters that are flagged as a bounty hunter. There's bounty hunters that aren't flagged for bounty hunting. There's war targets. So yeah, there's a lot more. We don't have the official colors. We don't have the official terms. Because remember, you got a node war target. You've got a siege war, or you've got a node war target. You've got a guild war target. And then caravan flags, yes. However, caravan flags I don't believe they're going to change your color. I think that's just going to spawn off the event. But with that said, if I stumble upon a caravan being attacked, there's some bits in there. There are some bits in there. That's why I used it in quotations, because there were green players who are not going to PvP at all, flag as combatant, who will look at corrupted players as mobs to loot. They don't take any risks except death, which would be the same as to dying to a PvE mob anyway. True. You have to flag once in range. No, you don't have to flag once in range. That's not accurate. Once you get into range of a caravan, there's going to be a pop window that says, do you want to attack it? Do you want to defend it? Or do you want to ignore it? The thing is you're not flagged for PvP. You're flagged for the caravan event. If I'm flagged as an attacker to attack that caravan, Johnny Nobody can't run up behind me and start attacking me. He has to flag purple. To him, I'm still a green. And if you ignore, normal PvP penalties apply. You know, if you ignore, I don't believe you can attack the caravan at all. If you choose ignore, I don't believe you're going to be able to engage with that caravan, period, because you've chosen to ignore it. You've chosen to not engage with that event. So I wouldn't be surprised if you choose ignore, but you're going to attack the participants. I don't know if you can. I don't know if you can. I don't have a soundbite that says you can. And because there's so much we don't know, I want to just put a pin in that and say, I don't want to talk that, because I don't want to talk that and then be wrong. It is possible that you can't flag in against those people while they're in the radius of the caravan, because then it's going to say, no, it's just like, nope, nope, can't do it. Do I think it'll be that way? No, but is it possible? Yes. And do I want to wait for an official breakdown of all the caravan rules, all the nuances? Yes. I wonder if they can attack you. Yeah, again, I want to wait for a detail on the caravans. More than likely you'll be able to engage in it both ways, but I want to that's on the wall. We need more info on that one. We absolutely need more info on that one. Let's see. I love seeing stuff like this as highlights that murder hobos don't want PvP because there's so much meaningful PvP where skill and gear will matter without corruption, but they are so worried about corruption. Yeah. Only attack a player if the reason you're attacking them is good enough for you to take on corruption. If you're not really to take on corruption, don't attack the player. If you want PvP in general, find it in a manner that isn't subject to corruption. It's all very simple. It is all very simple. And that's why people who whine, cry, piss, moan, bitch about the corruption system, I'm like, nobody who's serious about PvP, nobody who's serious about PvP is worried about the corruption system. Anybody who's serious about PvP understands the nuances of the system, and they know that not only is there no corruption in the meaningful PvP activities, there's no death penalties in the meaningful PvP activities. There's no death penalties in sieges or wars or arena. I don't specifically have the quote that says caravans, but I believe there's no death penalty for caravans, but I need to get that soundbite from Steven. Is there any information on how the flagging will work? Do I need to select a player and plus a flag button? Can I select a player and just use an attack skill to tag and attack? No, it'll be something like Control F. Control F is pretty standard for flagging. I mean, you'll be able to bind it to whatever you want, but you would do Control F, which would change your combat toggle to able to hit a player. So you hit Control F, you become able to hit a player, and then when you hit a player, you get flagged. It's a two-step process. You have to flag, then tag. You can have your Control F turned on all the time, but you're not purple, you're still green. It's not until you hit somebody that you go purple. I think you're not understanding part of the system. Going red will have penalties, but so will dying as a green. If you attack a green player, that has many reasons to fight back and a few reasons not to. If you're attacked while green and die as green, you lose double the amount of resources and take on twice the debt than if you fight back, go purple, and then die. Most players are going to opt to fight back because if they win, awesome, they can loot the attacker. If they lose, at least they aren't dropping as much stuff. Factually accurate until you get into the biased part. There will be green people who don't, there will be Care Bears who don't have a drop Fang option, who won't flag up. They'll die as greens just to spite you. That also means that attacking a green player gives you more resources to loot. So there's that attraction. Is it worth the risk? Overall, it won't be because Intrepid doesn't want rampant PKing. Again, get your bias. You were doing really good, but get your bias out of here. Overall, it won't be. How do you know? If I find a guy that's just harvested dragon teeth, that might be worth it. Guy just harvested blood diamonds, that might be worth it. Guy just got done harvesting wild corn. Well, yeah, I agree. Wild corn isn't going to be worth it. You say going red is pointless, like nobody will ever do it. I don't think you've been around long enough. You ain't been around, you know. There was a time I could see. I don't think you've been around enough to see all the people talking about how much to look forward to at risk and all. It'll be rare, but it'll happen. Dropping a cinder block on your foot is certainly stupid and counterproductive, but if people didn't do stupid things on purpose just for fun or to test themselves or to try to impress people, we'd never have the show Jackass. So, what? That wild corn is super valuable. Think of the cornbread you could make. Yeah, but the thing is that I use wild corn as the example because wild corn is the common. It's the common. Yes, to you, wild corn, you're all about the cornbread. Not if the cinder block was causing you more pain to hold than dropping it on your foot. Yeah, that's also the thing of when people say causing yourself pain, you know, what, 128 hours or 108 hours or whatever, how many hours are in that movie title? Guy cuts off his own thumb because he's trapped. I'm sure he was sitting there for a good long while thinking, I'm going to be found, I'm going to be found, I'm going to be found. And then he finally got to the point where, well, I got to cut my thumb off now. It was like, I remember a guy in the 90s, guy was out cutting trees on his property, and the tree fell the way that, oh, did he cut off his hand? I thought he cut off his thumb. My bad. I didn't actually, I didn't watch the movie. I can't watch people self-mutilate. I thought he cut off his thumb. My bad. Thanks for correcting me on that one. But I remember a guy, he was out there, he was out in the woods, and a tree fell unexpectedly. He was cutting the tree. Tree fell unexpectedly, pinned his leg. Unfortunately, the chainsaw fell away from him. The only thing he had to cut off his leg with was like a dull knife. Can you imagine the badassness of cutting your leg off with a knife? I couldn't do it. I think the concept of value is being overlooked. There is more likely a bandit for loot than a serial killer. Bandit for loot is probably going to be the guy that's robbing caravans. More than likely, people are going to rob caravans for loot. I saw that quote, that big one come in. I'll get that one after our little fight here. We're moving forward with trying to unlock our second head skin. Sparky with the most kills and the most assists. Look at this guy go. We completed a tier. What did we get? What kind of scrolls? Musketeers? I'll take Musketeers. I'll take a 3 Musketeers, man. I need some sugar. My blood sugar is low. Did you watch the movies you recommended? No, they're on my list. I didn't do anything yesterday. I had a down day. I had to go into town for back therapy yesterday. So, yeah, I didn't watch any movies. What the hell did I work on yesterday? I worked on something. I don't remember what I worked on. Oh, and I was working. Here they are. They're right here. Let me make sure I put those over there today. I don't think I'm gonna have any TV time for a minute. Jurassic Games, not great. Why did you enjoy that movie? That movie was great, man. Shut up. Jurassic Games was awesome. It was like The Hunger Games meets The Condemned meets Jurassic Park. The game was awesome. I like group PvP. I was called an Arcade Unchained by my guild, an aggressive little bitch, because I was always one of the first to jump in and try to disrupt people. I would take as many CC abilities as I could get my hands on and just spam them all over. I'm not educated enough about the game to know exactly what's going on with it all, though, including the whole corruption system. I've been on the fence for ages. Okay? I'm excited for this game, but a big question I have is if you're in a big alliance and go red, will everybody be able to protect you while you go back to normal status? No. If you're red, everybody can attack you. They have to flag to heal you. And nobody has to flag to attack you. So no, you can't be the one red dude and get surrounded by people. So you're not going to be like the one murder hobo in the middle of 300 people. You're probably going to get sniped out. You know what? That Sparky, that is like over the top, man. That is like shit. That is like that emergency medicine shit that I never want to think of again. Thank you for that. Your primary care provider sent you a message a couple of weeks ago about a whole bunch of new diagnosis and back therapy is in your future. Ask, you know what, Casually Crude? Ask your primary care provider for a TENS unit. Ask them for a TENS unit. It really helps. We have a couple of them. I haven't used them for a while, but a TENS unit really helps. Let's see. Yeah, TENS units are great. She put in a referral for an alpha stim. Ask for if the TENS unit isn't helping, ask for a spinal block. And if a spinal block doesn't help you, then move somewhere warm and get a hot tub. Let's see. I don't really think there's anything new with anybody of any of these. So we're going to drop out of there, and we're going to do let's put up the Twins fight. Let's see. Anybody else got something? That was a good discussion though. Talking about corruption a lot is a good thing. A lot of people don't understand the corruption system in Ashes of Creation, and they need to. Dual shields and you. Man, people need to stop talking about dual shields. Somebody has a thread going on which loot system do you prefer? I'm going to take a quick break, and then I think we're going to talk about the loot system. I do want to talk about that. I'll be right back. Alrighty. So pretty much if you're going to go out ganking, you want to put on a crappy set so you don't lose your good stuff, or do they make it so your stuff will drop in your bank? If you're corrupted and you die, you have a chance to drop your gear, yes. No, the stuff won't drop in your bank. But yeah, if you're running around being a murder hobo, you can drop stuff out of your you can definitely drop gear. Now, each piece of gear has a percentage drop chance. So the deeper you go into corruption, the more likely it is you are going to drop gear. And this is the big one everybody focuses on. They're like, oh, well, people are just going to have their friends kill them so that they can scoop the loot. I actually, I don't know if they'd be able to program this, but what I would love to see is I would love to see that the loot doesn't drop. I would love to see that the loot's just destroyed. I would love to see it where, unless you're a bounty hunter flagged, and again, this turns into the I don't know how easy it is to program these things. I would love to see it that if you're a green and you kill a red, and you drop gear, the gear is just destroyed. The gear is just gone. It's removed from the system. I think it would add something to the flavor of bounty hunting if bounty hunters were able to retrieve the dropped armor, not the standard drop stuff, but just the gear, just the armor. So I kill you and you're red, but I'm not a bounty hunter. The item is just destroyed. I kill you and I am a bounty hunter and you drop an item, I can scoop that. So pretty much if you're going to, guards will attack you if you try to enter town while corrupted, but are you able to sneak past the guards? Don't know how you would sneak past the guards, because stealth isn't true invisibility, so the guards are going to be able to see you. I mean, if you're good enough to stay away from the guards, you can get in. But you got to remember, if you're walking into a town corrupted, guards aren't the only thing you have to be on the lookout for. You got to be on the lookout for every single player, because if you're a red, anybody attacks you, combat's going to start. Combat, if the guards are programmed properly, then combat will bring the guards a running. The guards shouldn't be programmed so stupidly that the guards are walking away from you and they're like, oh, it's behind me. No, the guards should be like, what's that? Oh shit. They run up and they start doing their guard thing. So all you got to do is get somebody who's red into combat, and then the guards should come running. Plus, people were like, well, we should have towns where everybody is red. Why would you want to do that? That would be like the beacon of the unholy, and then your town would get raided every couple of hours. Every couple of hours by the bounty hunters. I would prefer that all can get the gear of a dead red, but the bounty hunter gets some additional thing. Well, now you got to stop. Now you're creating additional. The point is that the red dying and the gear leaving the system creates additional ripples through the entire economy. It's not about punishing the person who killed the red and then not letting them have the armor. It's the fact that you stimulate the entire economy now. That red dropped a ring. Now that red needs to go and buy another ring, which means that artisan needs to make another ring, which means the processor has to make the items for the ring, which means the gatherer has to go out and gather the things for the ring. So if you don't remove gear from and I know people through their hissy fit, I don't want my gear to permanently break. Yeah, Bounty Hunters is like a job or a social guild. It's an actual mechanic in the game. This is bounty hunting. The additional thing could just be a little XP. No, it can't be. Because now remember, you're trying to keep the equation. You can't just throw extra shit on the pile. If you add x, you must remove x. Remember, algebra, basic algebra teaches us we do one thing at a time. We balance each side. We do one thing to each side of the equation at a time. And where do we all fuck up our algebra? When we start trying to be show-offs and we try to do 2 or 3 combinations at a time. People like me who have the algebra problem that's the size of a piece of paper because I did exactly one step all the way down. And then the teacher says the answer's 16 and I say, no, it's 18. And the teacher's like, no. And I was like, here's the problem. Yeah, if you do it to one side, you do it to the other. One at a time. My daughter hates me. Because if my daughter gets them wrong, she then has to do one step at a time and I make her write it out. And it's the only way to learn it. But if you give XP to the bounty hunters, if you give XP to the bounty hunters, then you make it so that the bounty hunters don't suffer as much from negative XP from going out there and engaging in this particular activity. Everybody else who dies gets negative XP. You are constantly working off your negative XP while killing people. It creates an oddity. I'm cautiously asking if there is rep associated with things like bounty hunting before I look on the 101. Yes, if you look on Ashes 101 and you look on the PvP overview, you will find something called PvP seasons, and the limited amount of information we know for PvP seasons is there. Back from the vet with my 4-legged child. Good morning, everybody. Oh, 4-legged furry family member had to go to the doctor. What's wrong with the furry 4-legged family member? Reds would just AFK naked and yeah, I mean that's the problem is that the whole world, like in Ashes, you wouldn't have any red guards because, well, first of all, in Ashes, you got to remember that corrupted are severely penalized. The world hates you. Corruption, nobody's going to like be like, oh, that's great. It's like the pirates in Arcage. Everybody was like, the pirates are so bad and all they are is thieves. And you're like, no, there's an entire lore reason that they're there. Most people didn't even know that they were novels for the Arcage game. So they didn't understand that Morpheus and Rangora had a love affair. And Morpheus doesn't know that Rangora is alive. Morpheus has no idea that Rangora is alive and stranded on Fredic Island. You're like, what? Yeah. It's so weird. The combat when they were testing the BR seems so much better than the combat we see in all of their gameplay footage. I know that the combat in the BR was pure action, but I think this is an indication that they might need to dump that hybrid idea. Well, here's why you don't want them to dump the hybrid idea. Because if they dump the hybrid idea, then you get a pure tab game. There is no outcome of Ashes of Creation. There is no outcome of Ashes of Creation where it ends up as an action game. So anybody that thinks that they should dump the tab combat and go straight to action, that is never going to happen. That, like, I know you should rarely say never, but I'm saying never. That's never going to happen. Intrepid would be bankrupt. Intrepid would be bankrupt from all of the chargebacks. Because remember, every chargeback that you have to deal with is a $20 fee. Some companies, they get X amount of a grace on the individual chargebacks. But could you imagine the total number of chargebacks would happen if they switched Ashes from a tab hybrid to a pure action game? Second of all, the combat we see... If they can make the tab target as good as Arcage, I'd be down for that, but it looks like they have a long way to go. You know, this is the thing. Of course they have a long way to go. What data do they have? And this is the problem I have with the gaming community. This isn't an Asian import that's not in alpha, it's in marketing. When a game is launched in Korea, like Elyon, when Elyon finally comes to the Western audience, and they call it an alpha, it's not an alpha because they ain't changing a damn thing about the game. They ain't changing a damn thing about the game. All they're doing is localizing it. People got to remember, absolutely have to remember, Ashes of Creation is a Western development game. You're seeing it in its raw, unformed, unfinished. It's mostly for server stress tests at that point. No, it's not. It's not even for that. Because here's why they don't need to do server stress tests. Because they've already done that. Their back-end optimization is already done. You think that they didn't do server stress tests in Korea? What they're doing, all they're doing, when ArcAge Alpha came to the West, all they were doing was localization and the cash shop design. They changed nothing, not one thing in ArcAge. And the worst, well, they did, but they have to buy new servers in new areas where they release. But that's irrelevant. Because they already know. Now, if you're talking about server deployment, sure. But you're not talking about stress testing because you already have your configuration. Buying new hardware and setting it up is not stress testing. You do that for beta for 4 days to make sure if you're talking about a spin up, a dress rehearsal to make sure a launch is going to go right, then all you need is 4 days. You need one dress rehearsal. Guys, you got to remember, Asian games or alpha and betas that come to the West, there is absolutely nothing about that's changing the development of the game. What's happening there is they are getting numbers, they are getting statistics, they are trying to figure out how many servers they need, they're trying to figure out what the hype is going to be. That's what they're trying to figure out. The worst part is, I wasn't a content creator when I wasn't a content creator when ArcAge first came out, and I wish I was. Everybody was saying how great the build that we were on in Alpha and ArcAge was going to be. And I was like, haven't you guys heard them say a number of times that this isn't the launch candidate? Haven't you guys heard them say a number of times that we're going to be launching on 1.2, not 0.9? And they're like, no, they're not going to. I said, guys, we're launching on 0.9, or we're launching on 1.2. We're alpha testing 0.9. But this isn't the build. And they're like, well, how do you know? I was like, because I play in Korea. I play the Korean version. This shit's all changed. So it was funny because people did their dress rehearsals for Alpha. And then when we launched, I took over. My wife and I had 22 plots of land within 36 hours because we knew the value of land. So the alpha was the best thing you've ever played, man. I loved the alpha. I loved everything I loved the alpha. As a healer, I will say I loved 1.2 because that's where I got my healer specific gear. Now, if we go back to the alpha of ArcAge, I love the alpha because healing wasn't boned. As it got boned when they separated out magic attack from healing power. And XL games never knew how to balance healing. They just never knew how to do it. I'm hoping in ArcAge 2 they do. But ArcAge was good until about 2.3, 2.5, 2.7 at the max. And then it didn't get good again until 3.9. And then it was okay until 4.5. And then 4.5 and after, they've just fucked it up. People expect the game to be perfect in an alpha. The thing you got to realize is they have no massive amounts of data. They have their own internal sets of data. Now they're going to get data from a larger player base. Of course, if the combat looked great right now in the footage we're looking at, I'd say, well, then you guys have made all the decisions, and why the hell are you doing alpha testing anyway? If you're going to make all the decisions and you're not going to make data-driven decisions, then don't. And that's what you guys realize. I understand that I must come across as the most bipolar person in the world when it comes to dealing with Intrepid and talking about Steven. But that's because I don't. It's like I don't believe in joining a faction because I don't believe in being wrong 50% of the time. There are things Steven does that are brilliant. There are things Steven does that are boneheaded. There are times that Steven's talking and I just want to be like, shut up, because you're digging a hole. And then there's other times that he's talking and he's fucking painting the Mona Lisa. Making data-driven decisions is the smartest way to go about it. Opening up Alpha 1 and doing a combat revamp, sure. Am I nervous the fact that they're not in Alpha 1 right now? Right now, they're not in Alpha 1. They're still in pre-alpha. The faster they develop the game, the better. No, incorrect. Slow is smooth and smooth is fast. The faster they develop the game, the better is absolutely the wrong mentality. They have to develop the game to be good. Right now, I don't even... It pains me to say this, but Ashes of Creation isn't even on the deployment schedule. If Ashes of Creation... Well, here's the thing. Fast and good. All right? This is an important time, I think, to bring up the logistics triangle. You've got the logistics triangle, and here's your triangle. You get to pick two of these things, right? And you only get to pick two of these things. You have cost, you have quality, and you have speed, okay? This is your logistics triangle, and you only ever get to pick two of them. So what this means is, if you want it right, and you want it now, it's not going to be cheap. If you want it cheap and you want it fast, it's not going to be good. And if you want it good and you want it cheap, it's not going to be fast. You only get to pick two on the triangle. So, I mean, you can develop a game on the cheap, but I agree with you, Sparky. If you're developing a game on the cheap, you're probably not going to have... if you're developing it on the cheap, you're probably not going to have good. Speed and quality, then. They have no competitors and will literally crush the market if they release it before anything else comes out. Man, you gotta stop. You gotta stop. Dial your hype down, because they do. Yeah, exactly. ArcAge 2. So what do you mean they have no competitors? Their launch window is very quickly coinciding with ArcAge 2. ArcAge 2 comes from a company that can develop faster, can proven that they can develop better, and it doesn't have all of the other stuff attached to it. There are tons of MMOs that come out each year. I would disagree with you that there's a ton of MMOs that come out each year. We haven't had an MMO come out. When was the last MMO launch? What was the last MMO launch? Bless Unleashed, and Jahlon. Bless was 2 years ago. Bless Unleashed isn't a PC game. Jahlon isn't even out yet. So those games haven't come out yet. Astelia Online, Phantasy Star Online 2, Phantasy Star Online 2. I don't know if I don't know if Phantasy Star Online 2 gets into, I'm not sure if Phantasy Star Online 2 gets the full MMORPG nod. Astelia Online died. Bless was launched a ton of time ago and it just got continuous reworks. So do you think they can beat ArcAge 2? Here's the honest statement with that. Steven can't talk about Ashes of Creation much anymore, and that's going to irritate people. That's going to irritate people to no end. Steven's got to now stop talking about Ashes of Creation because he's dealing with basically the name, the guy in open world PvP games is making an open world PvP game. It was bad enough that New World was basically copying off Ashes of Creation. And now you have XL Games is making ArcAge 2. And yeah. I believe that Intrepid Studios can compete with what we've seen Jake Song make in the past. But ArcAge 2 is definitely going to take a bite out of Ashes of Creation's market. If ArcAge 2 is better than ArcAge 1, Ashes of Creation will be in trouble. Ashes of Creation will be in trouble. Because ArcAge does a lot of things really well. It does a ton of shit bad. It does a ton of shit bad. But it does a lot of things really well. If ArcAge 2 is pay to win, it will fail just like ArcAge 1 did. You see, here's your problem. ArcAge 1 didn't fail. When people start that bullshit and they say ArcAge 1 failed, ArcAge 1 didn't fail. How do you get to ArcAge 1 is a failure? ArcAge 1, I just told somebody this the other day and they went and they looked it up. ArcAge 1 is still number 15 to 20. It failed in the West. No, it did not. No, it did not fail in the West. Financially, it did not fail in the West at all, in the slightest. Might be nice and good in Russia and Asia. No, you're wrong. You are factually incorrect. ArcAge made Tryon money. Tryon folded as a company because they fucked up twice in a 5-year period. One, Tryon tried to compete with Steam, and that just didn't. That cost them a bunch of money. And then number two, Tryon spent too much money acquiring the assets of a company, and then they weren't able to do anything with the IP that they had gotten. So they ran out of money, and then they saw what was coming down the pipe in a lawsuit. And they said, you know what? It's better to just fucking fold the company than have everything tied up in court. And they were able to do what people do. They were able to sell off their assets, shed themselves of the legal liability, take the money and run. And there was nothing illegal about it. Now, of course, had they done it a different way, the judge could reverse some transactions. However, they did it the right way. Scummy? Yes. Criminal? No. Tryon going out of business had nothing to do with the success or the failure of ArcAge. Tryon going out of business had to do with a lot of the things that they were doing behind the scenes. ArcAge was making Tryon fucking buku dollar. Tryon was flush with cash input from ArcAge 1. It didn't, and then when you say it failed in the West, ArcAge, first fresh start, second fresh start, third fresh start, ArcAge Unchained. All of these products brought people back. Now, ArcAge Unchained fucked them in the end. You can't get a key. Nothing anywhere indicates I have keys to give away. ArcAge Unchained fucked Gamigo, and now Gamigo is doing what they can to pull every dollar out of the rock, because they know once the contract is up, Kakao isn't going to let them keep it. Do you think there's a difference between being financially successful and being successful in terms of actually being a quality game? Taking pay to win consideration into account? Absolutely there is. If it's a pay to win game and it's financially successful, then it's successful. Because you can't be successful without the black being bigger than the red, period. If people hated the game so much, they would have walked away from it. The only game I've seen people walk away from is Revelation Online. Revelation Online is a game I watched thousands of people charge back. I watched thousands of people charge back Revelation Online, and they just walked away from it. And it was the only time I've ever really seen that happen. When Revelation Online, when My.Games couldn't, Revelation Online couldn't fix the bug. people left. Hold on. And see, here's your problem. So what you're saying is if a game comes out where one player plays it and pays $1 billion to play it, the game is successful to you. How about we not have childish examples? Because that's a really childish example. Because let me tell you this right now. If my game cost me $250 million to make, and one player paid me $1 billion to play it, then fuck yes, that is successful. And if you're going to stand there or type out with a straight face that making $750 million in profit isn't successful, then you are making a disingenuous argument from the get-go. If we're just going to throw if we're going to throw bullshit arguments out there. But now for the player base, are you making an argument of success with conditions? Are you making an argument of success with conditions? Because you don't get to do that. You don't get to decide that the happiness of the player base is, because let me say again, even if we use a completely ridiculous example, the fact that somebody paid me $1 billion to play the game, then yes, the player base is happy as well. Why? Because a player went that far over the line. So you see what I'm saying? You can't come out with these bullshit outside of the one standard deviation. Is financial success tied to game success? Yes, absolutely it is. Absolutely 100% it is. A game being financially successful doesn't mean it's a quality game. Yes, it does. Yes, it does. Because players are voting with their wallet. How do you make money? How do you make money if players aren't opening their wallet? But you also spoke of player happiness. They're opening their wallet. They are happy with the game because they are opening their wallet every month to either make cash shop transactions, to buy the next expansion, to pay the monthly subscription. You cannot have financial success. You cannot have financial success with an unhappy player base. You seem to forget that many people have addictions such as gambling that doesn't make them happy. Actually, you're incorrect. It does make them happy. I'm just going to give you fair warning. You need to dial it down. You need to ramp it way down. You don't know me. I don't know you. You're coming at me and I'm going to slap you around. Yes, addiction issues do make them happy. They do make them happy because that is the addiction. You're not addicted to things that don't give you that dopamine rush, that serotonin increase, that adrenaline rush. You do those things because they do make you happy. Nobody that's having a good time gambling feels bad while they're gambling. They feel bad about addiction is more a need than happiness. No, it's not. Addiction, man, you need to go get some psychology, like probably 200 level. Addiction is addiction to the biochemical changes in your brain that happens when you participate in that event. Why are people thrill seekers, roller coaster riders, and now let's start jacking it up? Roller coaster riders, skydivers, paragliding, bungee jumping. Why do people do those things? Well, I really like skydiving. No, you actually really don't. You're going to sit here and pretend that people with addictions are happy. Yes, they are. They are happy while they are engaged in their activity. When they become downtrodden is after the high, the thing that they chase wears off, and they realize the state of their life due to it. People, drug addiction, so they're depressed 90% of the time. Dude, that's not happiness, bro. They're not depressed 90% of the time because 92% of statistics are made up on the spot. You're making up numbers. It's like the third time you've made up bullshit numbers. People with addictions aren't depressed 90% of the time. And then exactly, no one is happy. Well, I'm happy 100% of the time because I'm retired. I love my life. However, you're throwing out bullshit numbers to a guy who studies psychology. I happen to work with people with addictions. I really hope that's not true, and I hope you do nothing more than fill out their paperwork for them. Because if you work with people with addictions, I really hope you have more psychology than what you're doing, because nobody college educated would be acting the way you act or talking the way you talk. Because you're saying people are depressed 90% of the time, and I'm going to tell you that is exactly not true. I know people that are depressed 50% of the time. I know people that are depressed 3 out of 7 days of the week. It is, and unfortunately, you seem quite ignorant to say that addiction equals happiness. Dude, now we're gonna, fine. First of all, I'm not ignorant because I am educated and I do teach psychology. So you're so ignorant in education, you don't even know what the word ignorant means. I didn't say that they're happy, that they're addicted. I said while they're engaging in the activity that produces the dopamine, serotonin, being educated doesn't mean not ignorant. You're so fucking dumb, you don't even know the word ignorant. How the fuck are you going to say, ignorant? The definition of ignorant, lacking knowledge or awareness in general, uneducated or unsophisticated. So we're at the point now. No, I'm not giving him too much attention, guys. You got to realize that at the end of the day, I don't look at the sand. I don't look at the sand when stupid people walk in. I engage them. My eyes go red. You can be educated but ignorant on subjects, like you in the definition of psychology terms. If you're educated on the subject matter at hand, you're not ignorant on the subject matter at hand. And watch this. Goodbye, because now I know you're trolling. So now I get to talk about the dumbass while he's not here and he can't defend himself, because that's the cool thing about being the guy with the mic and the camera. That is definitely the example of somebody that shouldn't be working with people with addictions, because they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Now, I'm going to let you know right now what that guy's working with people with addictions is. He's the janitor in the psych ward that mops the floors and sweeps up and picks up the trash. And he's happened to see a copy of the DSM-5 on somebody with an education's desk. So yeah, he is definitely, I could tell he was going to be a whole problem the whole time too. But I like you guys to see what happens when you roll in here with the next level bullshit. I tell people all the time on my show, I teach psychology, I teach sociology, I teach history, I teach civics, government, and the most fucked up part of, economics. And the most fucked up part about my history is that I am certified to teach cultural anthropology to high schoolers. I didn't even know that you could teach cultural anthropology to high schoolers. I've never seen a high school offer it, but it's on my Illinois teaching certificate. I can teach cultural anthropology to high schoolers. I engage stupidity, or stupidity runs unchecked. People like that are the reason why other people are so fucked up. Because he's going to make his argument from the subject matter expert level, and people are going to believe him. I mean, because he empties the trash cans at the psych ward, people are going to believe, well, yeah, I work in a psych ward. Yeah. Okay, you do? Yeah, you're the janitor. If you don't understand the basics of addiction, you shouldn't be talking about it. I think when she said, I happen to work with, I think it was more likely that the only possible truth in that phrase was she has a coworker who has an addiction. Yeah, you know what? I have an addiction. You know what my addiction is? Success. I'm addicted to success. Am I depressed 90% of the time? No. I'm addicted to my computer. I'm very happy with my life. My mother's addicted to drugs. She is very happy. She or me might not be rich, but we enjoy a low savings life. It's not good, but we have everything we need. There you go, man. There you go. Guys who come here wanting to have a discussion but won't pause to think about counter arguments are kind of wasting their breath. Especially coming here to this channel. I am not the average streamer, because the best part about not giving a shit is I care about having 100 people to talk to and have a good time with. I don't care about hitting 1,000, 10,000, 100,000. What I love for somebody to roll up and offer me $8 million to go over to, Trovo or wherever, sure, put the money in my account, and once it clears, we'll talk. You're addicted to oxygen. Good addiction. It's very healthy for you. Very, very healthy. Speaking of which, hold up. I got a red alert. Red alert. I got to change because we got to make the lighting match. Oh no, what are you guys doing? There we go. There. Now the background matches. This is why my stream is so refreshing. No bullshit is good shit. Yeah, I know, right? Just wanted to say, keep up the work. Love the energy and enthusiasm. Oh, and the entertainment, knocking down the trolls. Yeah, man. I will have a good conversation with anybody. I will have a good conversation with anybody. But when people start coming in, like when you don't know the definition of the word ignorant, don't use the word ignorant, because it's pretty ignorant to use the definition of a word that you're ignorant on. So where were we? Oh, we were going to talk about loot systems before we got invaded by invasion of the people with no brains. I would say body snatchers, but I think they'd be more brain snatchers. Anyway, can we go back to the original discussion? Whales. Isn't the financial success of most pay-to-win games largely driven by a small percentage of the player base? Yes. But again, why do you think companies make video games? Why do companies make video games? They make video games to make money. So, there is a business model. There is a business model very well detailed about free-to-play. There is a business model around free-to-play. And the free-to-play model with a pay-to-win mechanic is based on whales. Moby fucking dicks, right? You have, I'm referring back to the assumption that financial success equals a quality game. I don't think I've ever said a financial success is a quality game. I think that you can't say a game that is a financial success isn't a quality game because people are playing it. So people must find quality in it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be playing it. Now, can you get total bullshit games like Candy Crush that make money? Sure, absolutely. Candy Crush is built in a certain way to make people want to hit that buy whatever spins, gems, breaks, whatever the fuck it is in Candy Crush. I play a couple of word puzzle games on my phone, and when I run out of like help tips, whatever, I just put that game down and I play another one. I have like 3 or 4 different word puzzle games, and then I have Sudoku. If you guys know I don't go anywhere very often, but if I'm somewhere and I have to wait for an appointment, I want to have some stuff to entertain me. Now, it is a very qualified statement. And here's why. Because 99% of video games are put out by companies that are trying to make a profit. And I say 99% because I can only really think of one game, one MMO in development that is the only MMO I can think of that's being designed to be a good game and not a profitable game is Ashes of Creation. The only other game I can think of that follows the good game, not profitable game is 7 Days to Die. But 7 Days to Die didn't start off as we want to make a good game, not a profitable game. They put, they made a bunch of profit, and now they have the resources to sit there and not chase money. They have a pile of money that they can use to continue to develop their game. Steven is a millionaire. I think we all know that. If I say, oh, hold up. About to have a rough day. Glad I can have my favorite game talked about in the background. Yeah, man. Square the shoulders back, chin up, stiff upper lip. This too shall pass. You can only don't want money if you have it. Yes, absolutely. You can only not want money if you don't need it. Ultimately, at the end of the day, you can only not want money if you don't need it. If I were to go to, and I have richer friends. I have richer friends. Like I have multi-millionaire friends. I have big money millionaire friends. I have no idea why they keep me around. I think they keep me around for, the comic relief. But if I asked all of my multi-millionaire friends, give me a list of 10 ways that you would make money. Let's see if we can do this together here. Let's see if we can do this real quick. 10 ways to make money. Stocks, bonds, money market account. Let's do real estate. Real estate's a good one. CDs. Yep. We'll put CDs. We'll put small business backing. Let's see. Oh, you know what we're going to do? That's actually a good one. We're not going to do real estate as one. We're going to do home ownership. Sparky will tell you about all the fun parts of this. And then we're going to do apartments, because even though those are both real estate, I think they are different. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We came up with 7 options to make money. And you know what we didn't come up with? We didn't come up with making MMORPG. We didn't come up with MMORPG. I honestly don't believe. Oh, you know what? We did real estate home owners, but we didn't do house flipping. We didn't do house flipping, so we got to put that there. I don't think if you asked any rich people, what's a good financial investment? Yeah, MLM pyramid schemes. Get out of here. Create an app. You know what? I'm actually gonna put down create an app on that, because apps are taking off. Apps in 2021 are what web pages were. What web pages were when I was a kid, and how I made a bunch of money building web pages, because everybody wanted one and they didn't. Yeah. Typically, creating something isn't actually a good way to make money, as the effort versus output isn't worth it for super wealthy. It's literally stocks and being a landlord. Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you, but I think if you were to say to a rich person who had disposable income, where are you going to put your money? I think creating an app is something that they would come up with, because there are still a lot of apps that we need in life that nobody's built yet, because we don't quite know how to do it yet. But I definitely would say, if I went to all of my multimillionaire friends and said, can you give me 10 things that you would invest in to make money? I don't think any single one of them would say make an MMORPG. If Steven gave a shit about making money on his 40 million, Steven wouldn't be making an MMORPG, because it is a all risk, almost no reward. Yeah, but when you create an app, you more often than not pay someone to actually develop it. Yeah, but the thing is I pay you to build it, but I own it, and then I make the money on it. I paid you a flat rate fee, which is what ultimately ends up happening, why people get so upset, because they feel like their idea was stolen. And the truth of the matter is, if I pay you $100,000 to build me an app, and that app turns around and makes me $20 million, you don't have any entitlement to that $20 million. You're going to think you do. But you ultimately don't. So I want to say I don't think that Steven's putting $40 million of his money on the line to make money. I think he's doing it to make a good game, and he's really the only company doing that. You wanted to bring a point from my last stream about the difference between servers. For example, last stream you predicted that every server will have a subreddit and Discord. My concern that the community will be split two little groups or few giant groups. What's your opinion? Won't it be hard to make content late game because every server will have different raids at different times? No, because you've already built the content. You've built the 12 to 15 world bosses. You've built the however many raids, and then they're done. They're there. They're already on the server. You're not building different raids. You would, when they do their next expansion, they're not going to add more content onto these maps. They're going to add a whole new continent that you go to. So no, you got to remember they're not going to be following the same traditional development schedule. Owning your home is fun. I was the first person in my family, including my parents, to own my home. And whenever anybody asks me how to go about it to set up their own home, the first response I say is to have $5,000 a year for unexpected expenses. Casually crude, I actually say that your house isn't paid off. Your house isn't paid off until you have 10% of the value in the house in the emergency fund. So if your house costs you $180,000 until you have $18,000 in the emergency fund, in the house emergency fund, your house isn't paid off. Passive money games is the only way to really get money now. You got to enjoy your entire life and not work 9 to 5. No, I disagree with that. You can live a very good life, but you gotta be willing to hustle. You gotta be willing to get the job that you want. And the greatest the greatest motivational speech I think I ever heard was spend a couple of years living your life like others won't, so you can spend the rest of your life living your life like others can't. Like, I get criticized because I take my kids out of school for one day. I take my kids out of school for one day every October, and we go down to Orlando for a 5-day vacation. It doesn't matter if we've just been on vacation in July or if it's an off year and we're not taking a summer vacation. I take my kids out of school every year for one day. They miss one day. And we go to Orlando for basically 5 days. We're there on arrival day, and then we're there for 3 full days, and then the come home day. I'm going to start doing the come home day a little different, but we're there ultimately for 5 days. And people criticize me for that. You shouldn't be taking your kids out of school. And I say, there is not a damn thing the school is going to teach them on that day that is not more valuable than all the other things I'm going to teach them on that weekend. But I can do that because other people, I don't listen to other people and their advice. My mother-in-law got mad because I took my daughter's best friend with us on vacation. And I said, well, what's the problem with that? And she's like, well, you haven't taken your niece and your nephew. And I don't particularly care for my niece and my nephew. I like seeing them when we're under somebody else's roof. I don't particularly want to raise somebody else's niece and nephew. And it's my money. I'll spend it how I want. If I want to take 15, strange kids to Orlando with a lot of supervision, of course, I'll do that because it's my money. When it's your money, you spend your money however you want to spend your money. But when it's my money, I'll spend my money how I want to spend my money. Do you think it comes down to intention or focus? In other words, the difference between creating a game for main focus of making money versus making a game focusing on quality that will result in making money. Here's your problem with your statement, man. You've used the word money in both places. If the focus is making money, the focus is making money. If the focus is making a game that will result in making money, your focus is still on making money. The way you need to ask that question is, does it come down to creating a game where you will make money or sustaining a game that's not making any money just because you want to provide a quality product. And now watch how this happens. Watch how this happens. If you have a game that you're continuing to throw money into and it's not making money, why isn't it making money? The focus being on the quality in the second part, with money being a byproduct. No, because you put money as a byproduct. Businesses don't operate to lose money. Businesses don't operate to lose money. Businesses operate to make money. Charity organizations exist to lose money, essentially, because they give it all away. If money is in your equation at all, you can't say it's a byproduct. If you want to talk about quality, how do you measure quality? The game makes money. Well, a game can be quality and it's not making money. Give me an example. Give me an example of a game that is quality that's not making money. Because I'll give you an example of a game that's either shut down or about to be shut down. WildStar was this great game. It was so amazing. The raids were great. The dungeons, the class, the da-da-da-da-da. Really, it was so fucking great. Where the fuck is it? Do you not think there are levels of priority to making money? How cutthroat you are in your business process, your focus on profits. Oh no, there is definitely a hierarchy of priority of making money. And I don't know why people put cutthroat in quotes like it's a bad thing. Don't do that. Being cutthroat doesn't make you a bad guy. Glenn Ross is a great movie. If you haven't seen it, if you don't want to watch the whole movie, watch the YouTube video, Alec Baldwin, Glenn Ross. It's a masterpiece. ABC, always be closing. Always be closing. Always be closing. AIDA, attention, interest, decision, action. My brain jumped to the funny part he says. That's the question I'm asking. Games that place making money over everything else versus games that believe creating a quality product will result in money. Again, you keep saying money. A game company would have to believe in creating a quality product. A quality product is making money. Period. So you're still talking about money. You can't get away from talking about money because there is no world, there is no room for it to. This doesn't exist. This is beyond a unicorn. Okay, we have a quality game that's not making any money. Well, one of those two things is incorrect. Either you don't have a quality game, or you're making money. How are you? You don't think there are poor quality products out there that are still financially successful? Oh, I absolutely believe there are poor quality products out there that are financially successful. Without a doubt. I've never said I don't. But your argument is the inverse of that. I want you to show me a high quality product that's financially unsuccessful. There are companies that are just doing quantity over quality, but then again, it lays quality enough for them to sell. If the game is good quality, it will make good money. If it's poor quality, it will shut down like thousands of other MMOs. Exactly. There are a ton of poor quality games out there that are pay to win, especially in the mobile market. Exactly. WildStar. Exactly. Anytime anybody tells me what a great game WildStar is, I say, well, where is it? If it was great, it would have been financially successful. It wasn't financially successful. Why? I originally suggested that a game can be financially successful but not be quality games. How is it financially successful? How is it financially successful if it's not quality? Who's paying for it? You may not think it's quality. If people are paying to play it, they think it's quality. That's why I get the easy side of this argument. I get to say anybody paying for it finds it to be a quality use of their money. because you can't, like, I'll blow your fucking minds. I spent $20,000 to go to Disney. I was at Disney for 9 days. I want to tell you that I spent $20,000 to go to Disney for 9 days. That works out to be like $2,200 a day. And I want to tell you that the vacation I took was a $40,000 vacation, but due to being a veteran, I get an amazing deal on my, oh, hold on. Oh. Hold on. What, aren't you guys going to give me the tracking number? Come on. Give me the tracking. 1 second. Yes, my PC. My PC shipped. Thursday. What signature required? Yeah, no shit. You're basically shipping a car. You're shipping a car in a little box. Oh no. Guys, you guys know. Give me 1 second. 1 second. All right, hold on. I think I dumb fucked that. Didn't take my phone with me. Yeah, hold on. I dumb fucked that. Because now my wife's gonna be like, but wait, hold on. All right, that's resolved. That is resolved. Let's see. So if a small portion of the relevant demographic finds it quality enough to spend money on it, we can refer to it as an overall quality product. No, I've never made that. I've never made that comment. But I don't think you can take a subjective statement and apply it, because financial success is not subjective, it's objective. Financial success is an objective metric. Are you making more money than you're spending on your product? Are you making a profit? Because there is no question. There is no debate when it comes to profitability. If you know what I'm saying. You have a cost to create. You have a burn rate. You have a company expectation. You have a this, you have a that, you have a whatever else it is. you can't say that the game was financially, like, there's no debating financial success. There's people putting their opinion on how successful it should be. But there is, if I spent $250 million to make the product and I made $500 million, it's a financial success, period. Now, if I spent $250 million to make the product and I made $260 million on the product, we could quibble over how successful that was. But at the end of the day, you broke even, you made $10 million in profit. I think there's a threshold of profitability that can be debated. Yes, exactly. Exactly. Because if I have $250 million, if I took $250 million over, so sure, if you really want to say the threshold of profitability, then I take $250 million and I go back to our list of like 7 other things that I could put money into. And if I could have put that $250 million into a risk-free 7%, a risk-free 7% investment, then I'd end up with $267 million. So sure, because I didn't make $17,500,000. Actually, hold on. Let's do $17,500,000 times 3. If I don't make $52,500,000, then I should have put the $250 million into a 7% earning account. Where do you find risk-free 7% investments these days? It's pretty easy when you're talking about $250 million. The more money you have, the better investments you can get. So yeah, sure, you don't make $52 million, then you didn't hit a threshold of profitability, because if you had done Y instead of X, you would have made more money. Now, you're saying poor quality MMOs that are still financially successful. But the problem is that the people who are financially supporting those poor quality MMOs, they don't think they're poor quality. I mean, ultimately the argument, I know it's not the argument you're making, but the argument you're making gives birth to this little troll of an argument that also follows you through your argument. You're ultimately arguing that there are people who are making games financially successful, but they think the game is bad. I know that's not what you're saying. I know those aren't the words you're using, but that little troll is here and he's following behind you. This argument now exists. The game sucks. The players that are playing it think it sucks, but they're still making it a financial success. I don't think that works. I don't think he can be conjured into reality. I don't think I don't think people continue to put money into a game that they think sucks. I'll use WoW for an example. WoW, to me, is not worth $12 a month. I think Blizzard has completely fumble-fucked WoW to a point where they should be ashamed of themselves. Because as a returning player who wanted to play through the storyline, I had no fucking clue how to do that. I only knew how to do that because my wife is a member of a WoW guild who taught her. I wanted to make my new undead. I wanted to play through the Sylvanas storyline because I heard there was a new Sylvanas line. And then I wanted to play through Burning Crusade and then play through Wrath of the Lich King and then all the other. I wanted to just play it in order. Like, the company that gets it right is Final Fantasy XIV. You cannot fall off of the main storyline in Final Fantasy XIV. You simply cannot. You cannot fall off of the main storyline. The game doesn't let you. Until you are in the position I am in, and you have to be continued up in the upper left-hand corner, that's it. In fact, they have to be continued in the upper left-hand corner. So, sorry. I am Da, 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 da. I think that there are devs that internally acknowledge they only put as much quality into the game as is necessary to make money. I think they start with that mindset. That is the difference I'm referring to. The internal intent to do the bare minimum to appeal to the whales versus the intent to truly make a good game. I know they both make money, but the internal intent focus is relevant. No, man, if that is the outlook that you have about a company, you need to never support that company's games, period. I don't think any developer, I don't think anybody that goes in to say, I want to be mediocre today. I have met some people who are mediocre, and Sparky, if he's here, he's going to attest to this. I don't think that in my time in the military, I encountered people that got up in the morning and said, I want to be mediocre. I met people who got up in the morning and they said, I want to do my very best. And their very best was lower than the possible worst I could produce. I think that the problem with game development isn't the people who are doing the work. I think it's the executives. You don't think dev companies, app creators start out with how can I design a game that will make the most money as opposed to how can I make the best quality games possible? Devs, you're using the word dev and you're forgetting that the word dev is everybody from the most junior story writer to the vice president of that product. Every single one of them is a developer on that project. Now, some people say, well, the vice president's not a developer. Bullshit. Yes, he is. No, we'll keep it at the company level. What company level? Do you think that the junior story writer who goes in doesn't go in to write the very best story they can, but they get told that the board, the vice president who's looking down on it doesn't like it? I mean, you can't say all of the developers on a project because all of the developers is everybody. Like, the junior story writer doesn't get to make decisions about the game, but the junior story writer is still a developer. The junior people, even the senior people, and I talked about this in my video. I'm not. Please stop taking my use of devs too far. Then here's the thing. Use your words appropriately. Use your words appropriate. You're missing the forest for trees. No, I'm not. Because if you're not using the word properly, then you're playing buzzword bingo. If you can't explain your argument simply, then you don't even understand your own argument thoroughly. So you're saying, please stop taking my use of devs too far. First of all, quotes, keep it at the company level. The company level is what? Junior developer to the person in charge. That is the company level. You think companies don't? Shit. Companies have vice presidents. The company is a very wide net. Company level. That's okay. So that's not even the right use of that phrase, because company level is everybody in the company. Are you talking about the business decision makers, the vice presidents, the project leaders, the directors? Then yes, they're only there to make money. They don't give a shit about anything else. Executive level. All right. I'm gonna warn you real quick. I like you, and I've liked your things, but don't get snarky. It's not me that's having a problem making your argument. So if you say if it makes it easier, it doesn't make it easier. It makes it more clear, but it doesn't make it easier. Yeah, the executive level is there to make money. Period. Is there any doubt in anybody's mind that the executive level is there to make money? Normally, a company is owned by shareholders. I think you understand the points I'm trying to make, but I think you're being nitpicky. No, I'm not being nitpicky. Because I get to, you wanted to make the argument. I get to destroy your argument left, right, center. I get to shoot holes at the waterline of your boat. I get to shoot at your sail. I get to throw fucking diesel in the water. I get to throw dolphins at you. I get to sit Greenpeace. I get to do whatever I want to destroy your argument. I think you make an argument, but I think you're living in a fantasy land where you're not separating out the guy who wants to make a really good game gets told you have this much time and you have this much money and this is the worst way to do project management, but I told you guys there's two different ways to do project management. I love doing one of them, I hate doing the other. The two ways to do project management are I need X. My boss calls me up and my boss says, I need X. And let me give you an actual, everyone trained on, I'm going to do just a bullshit one. There's two ways this is the two ways to do project management. No, this guy, he's been around for a long time. My boss comes to me and I have a squadron of 250 people. I'm the executive officer, and my boss comes to me and says, I need everybody trained on the new 2021 information. And I say, all right, let me go back to my office for a couple of hours. Let me figure out the best way to get everybody trained on the new 2021 information. So I go and I look at the calendar. I see how many commanders calls we're going to have. I know how many of my flights are going to have flight commander calls. I know how many training days we have, how many down days we have for training. And I come up with a plan and I say to my boss, all right, boss, it is February 3rd today, and I can guarantee you 98% or better completion of all the training by March 15th. And so my boss looks at me and says, got it, Captain. I'm going to say it back to you. You're going to give me 98% or better, everybody trained in 6 weeks. And I say, yes, absolutely. Now, that's a great way to do project management. You give me what you want, and I tell you what I can deliver and when I can deliver it by. The type of management that you never want is where your boss calls you and says, hey, I want everybody trained on the new 2021 stuff by tomorrow. By Friday. So you want me to get the whole squadron trained on just shit by Friday? Yeah. Well, that's bad project management. That's bad project management because you're literally not telling me you want me to manage the project. You're just telling me you want me to make fucking results appear. Yeah, I do get the advantage. Let's see. I found this argument silly. The people that make the game, the artists, engineers, designers, they care about making a great game. Making their creature look cool or all the systems fun. But guess what? Games don't get made at all if they don't make money. And that's the executive's purpose. If he doesn't do his job properly and the game doesn't make money, guess what? No more making games and all those devs are out of work. You know, I do agree with that to a degree. I agree with that to a degree. I do agree that there are some companies that produce shit because they produce low quality shit because they know they're going to turn a profit. I hate those companies. Is there anybody here who wants to defend that company? The company that we know produces low quality shit, but they know it's going to turn a profit? Nobody's defending that company. I cannot envision a world where a financially successful game isn't being called a success. But I'm suggesting that most MMOs these days seem to be that company. Yeah, they are, because they're companies. If a here's the sad truth. If a company is a publicly traded company, Activision, for example, Activision cannot lose money. Activision can not lose money. Activision is a publicly traded company, so it is beholden to make a profit. Unfortunately, Activision is obligated to make money for their shareholders. Now, and that's why I said Amazon Game Studios is eventually, people think that Amazon is just going to keep throwing money into Amazon Game Studios. And I said, no, it's not. Eventually, a shareholder is going to call Bezos to the carpet, because any shareholder can do it. and going to call Bezos to the carpet and say, you have this division of Amazon that's chewing through hundreds of millions of dollars and not producing anything, and that's my fucking money. And then the SEC gets involved and they say, and granted, they can lose money, but they better be publicly, very, very loudly documenting all of the losses. Steven doesn't have that problem. Steven doesn't have that problem because Steven isn't beholden to a board of directors. Also, Steven doesn't want to deal with that bullshit because Steven is in a position where Intrepid Studios could fucking fold. And Steven's still going to be able to live that fucking life with his kitchen that costs more than my house, and his fucking pad is amazing. I want to steal his pool. Steven doesn't have to make money on Intrepid. The moment he started bringing in, as soon as he started bringing in like publicly traded stock, he would lose control of his vision. I absolutely agree that a publicly traded company's fiduciary responsibility to shareholders is often in direct conflict to creating a quality product. And I'm not limiting that to gaming. No, and it's like Star Wars The Old Republic. Star Wars The Old Republic took $400 million to make, but only 25% of that money went into the actual game development. And, 25% went into the game development and 22% went into the voice acting. If that ought to tell you that they missed some priorities, I don't know what will. Studying Star Wars The Old Republic, they only had 30 to 60 days of content. BioWare actually believed that every player would play through at least 4 storylines. They thought that they had 4 to 8 months of just people playing through storylines. They missed the mark. I think at some point Steven could introduce Series A, B, and C shares if he needs more money for the game. Yeah, but then, I mean, he could, but then he runs into the problem of, I thought you had enough money to make the game. See, unfortunately, whenever I go into a project ever, I always make sure that I throw caveats on to projects. And what I used to say to my bosses was, the amount of money you've allocated me is just enough to do the project as long as you don't make any changes. And then when my bosses would come and say, well, I want to make a change, I'd say, okay, well, you're making a change that's going to cost $4 million. I need the line of accounting for the $4 million that I get to use. And my bosses oftentimes got mad and they get pissy with me, and like bosses are. But I was always straight up with my bosses, my commanding officers, or the people who outranked me, which was like most of the military. Well, no, I won't lie. It was like 10% of the military. I'd say to them, that's great, but I don't have that kind of money. And they would say, well, your budget is X number of hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. And I'd say, yeah, but that's not for your project. There is a board that meets that tells me how much of this money I can spend on your project. You want to make this change, sir, ma'am, whatever. I believe it's a great change. However, you need to secure the money for it. And they'd look at me and they'd be like, well, Captain, you need to secure the money for it. I'd be like, if you put me on money securing, I can't continue to run this project. I can either go find the money for it, or I can run the project with the money you give me, but I can't do both. It's a big no-no. I can't secure the funding and execute the funding. It doesn't work like that. And so they'd end up having to go and convince people to give me money. And sometimes they were successful and sometimes they weren't. And that's one of the reasons why people liked me and hated me. You don't make it easy. You're right. I don't, because the rules say I can't. I think Steven's going to make a fine quality game. I think the game is going to be profitable. I think Steven doesn't care about the profit. And I think Ashes of Creation will lose money for years. I think Intrepid Studios will lose money on paper for years. Because of some of their decisions with the business model. I think I think some of the decisions on the business model are bad. Steven obviously thinks they're good. I don't think Steven wakes up in the morning and says, I want to make bad decisions. However, I think in some places Steven needs, well, I'll say Steven needs to, but we got to remember John Moore is involved. John Moore is involved. So, John is there to make sure the company stays economically viable. Now, Steven at one point on the Discord said that he believes that the average revenue per paying user a month is going to be $23. Steven said this. He says, my investment will likely be above 40 million. Also, you can expect an average revenue per paying user to be closer to $23. I think that is incredibly, and this is just me, as a process improvement guy, without giving anything else. The very first thing, if Steven sent me like, hey Jay, I'd like you to come out and I'd like you to do a CPI on my company, the very first thing at the very top of my list would be this $23 a month thing. The reason why, $23 a month is the average revenue per paying user. That means that for every person that only pays their monthly account, their monthly dollar amount, that there would be somebody who spends money on cosmetics. And so you have a $25 cosmetic, about 12 and a half person. So they're guesstimating that like 50% of people will buy a cosmetic. That would be the very first thing. The very first thing I would say to Steven is walk me through this. Walk me through how you get there. Maybe they get there. Maybe they don't. I don't see it. I see eventually people's spending will be at the $15 a month mark. I understand that what I'm suggesting is a bit naive. I am suggesting that in a perfect world, a company would drive profits by having a quality product, as opposed to driving profits by creating methods that simply encourage customers to spend money. Why didn't you just say that in the beginning, man? Why didn't you just quote Henry Ford? You could have quoted Henry Ford an hour ago. Henry Ford said, a company that focuses only on the quality of their products will have only one concern about their profits, that they will be embarrassingly large. Yeah. If you're talking about the optimal business strategy, not anything to do with quality or price or anything, if you build it, they will come. If you build it, they will come. So if you simply build a better product, you will make money. That is the Henry Ford model, and it works it is what you should run your company on. You should run your company that way. That's how I run this company. I run this perfect example. The guy we had earlier. I worry about running a quality show. I do not give 2 squirts of rat piss if every single person who comes to this channel is satisfied with the product. I also don't listen to a lot of people about when they say I should do this or I should do this or I should change this. I say, you know what's interesting about all of that? I didn't ask you for your opinion, and I really don't want it. I ask my community for feedback often. If you're on my Discord, you see feedback. If you're on my YouTube, you see solicitation of feedback. When I want feedback on something, I ask for it. But I am not here, I do not have an open door policy. Because I am a military person. I am here. When I was in the military, I was there to defend democracy, not to practice democracy. I own the Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated. I own it. Lock, stock, and barrel. I own it. Now, if somebody comes to me and be like, hey, can I give you some feedback? If I'm in a good mood that day, I'll be like, yeah, sure, give me some feedback. If I'm in a bad mood that day, I'll be like, sure. And then I'll read it and I'll be like, thanks. And I chuck it in the fuck it bucket. Most feedback is unsolicited feedback. What is Paradox Gaming? Paradox Gaming Network is the corporation that owns this Twitch channel. It's my corporation. Unlike a lot of streamers, I thought 10 years down the road. I'm going to grab this question. I don't get why some people on Reddit are pissed about buying skins and ashes. Could I elaborate? So there is a very, very, very small vocal minority, vocal annoyance of people who believe in visual progression. Now, I am not saying that visual progression isn't a valid thing in some games. In some games, visual progression is a thing. You should care about what your armor looks like as you level. I absolutely positively agree with that. I don't give a shit what the armor looks like because I am throwing a full body cosmetic on it. Now, some people say that they don't want to pay money for a full body cosmetic. Sure. But you're going to be able to earn cosmetics in game. They are spending an awful lot of time, effort, and energy designing all the armor to look badass while also designing full body cosmetics. So you want to talk about a company that's spending a bunch of money to have a quality product for a bunch of bad reasons? Sure. I don't think most of the time, I don't think I'm ever going to see my armor. Are they gaming gloves? Yes, but I wear them for my arthritis in my hands. I don't think I'm ever going to see my armor. I'm not going to see my armor because I have my collection of full body cosmetics, so I don't give a shit what the armor looks like. Some people have said I should know what the person is wearing. I should know how powerful the person is based on their visual progression. Okay. That's fine, but Intrepid's making it easy for you. You click on me and you see my gear tier and you see my gear type. So I get it, but you're such a vocal minority. So yeah, the vocal minority says that you should have to be level 10 or level 20 or level 50 to put your full body cosmetic on. That doesn't work because they sold them at level 1. So there is transmogging. In Ashes. So there's full body cosmetics, there's cosmetic slot pieces, and there's transmogging. There is literally everything you want. It's like, it tastes great, less filling, and it works. I think cosmetics should only be legal if they send you an in-roll item too. Like if I buy a sword in game, I should get a replica in real life. No. Planned obsolescence. I just had to get rid of a 15-year-old car because while decently built, I could not get a new transmission for a reasonable price. I also have a 73-year-old truck that I can keep running because I can get parts for a reasonable price, but the 73-year-old truck never needed anyone to buy a new truck from that company. Studebaker is gone now. You need to pay people for a product at a rate to keep the company profitable. Yeah, I agree with you. It's like this. Here is the tablet. Here's my Samsung tablet, and I like the Samsung Corporation. I have 4 of their monitors. One of my monitors is in for warranty, and I have this tablet. I can't put Discord on that tablet. I can't put Twitch on that tablet because they won't put the new operating system for that tablet because it's planned obsolescence. They want me to buy a new tablet. Joke's on them. I don't work now. I don't travel. I don't need a tablet. So the planned obsolescence didn't get them another sale. It also made me never recommend Samsung tablets. I'll still recommend their monitors, but I won't recommend their tablets because all I'll say is that their tablets are perfectly functional and then you can't update them. I would be more willing to pay $200 per item if I got an in-roll item too. Okay, but that's okay. I'm just going to shut you down right now because, again, I aggressively attack stupidity. That's just stupid. If you want to buy a real life sword, then buy a real life sword. They're not a sword manufacturing company. Yeah, that's kind of rude. So stupidity is rude too. Stupidity is rude and it offends a lot of people. They're not a sword manufacturing company. If you think a company is going to produce physical items and you have no idea of the cost associated with that, it's pretty asinine. It's pretty asinine to think that they're going to produce physical, in real life items to match the cosmetics. Cosmetic, they hire an artist. For every single item that they produce, you want them to produce. But they could easily source a sword maker. I mean, it's 2020, bud. Wow. The stupidity just keeps coming. The stupidity just keeps coming. Do you have any idea of the cost of contracting out items on a price per versus the cost of having a bulk run made? You don't make money by pricing them out price per. You actually lose money that way. That's the reason why companies they don't like using. To save money, they could make them out of foam instead of metal. Are you trying to get dumber with each thing that comes out of your mouth? Because I think you're trying to get dumber with each thing that comes out of your mouth. You're going to spend $200 for a foam sword? Then why don't you just buy a Oh, wait. Because based on what you've said so far, I don't think you could figure out how to operate the 3D printer. Seriously, like, the problem is that he's probably trolling, which my troll senses are already going off. But the fact that people like trolling, it's like the people like engaging in stupidity. It's like you're too dumb to be smart, so you're gonna revel in being dumb. Like guys, I don't understand this. I seriously do not understand people in their addiction to playing stupid. I hope it's playing. I guess trolling has been explained to me as people who play at being stupid. Yeah, can I have a real boat to match my cosmetic, please? So. I think you're being closed-minded. Imagine if you pay $20 for a digital item, then quit playing the game the next week. So you'd rather spend $200 so that you could have a low-quality physical item? Yeah. So, it also imagine if you pay $20 for a digital item, and then you quit playing the game the next week. I mean, I guess that sounds like a you problem. Trolling just to force you to force a type of reaction, and he hooked you with the bake. No, see, I'm not hooked because the best part is that I have the mic, I have the camera, and I have the ban button. So when playtime with Jahlon is over, I just ban you. Why would you spend $20 on something if you don't know if you're going to play the game the following week? Yeah, you know, right? It's like... And then it's also when people say, imagine spending $20. Like, imagine spending $20, like $20 is a sizable amount of money. If $20 is a lot of money to you, don't spend it. If you don't have $20 to burn, then don't. Maybe it isn't trolling, it's 2021. Plenty of people believe the stupidity they sprout. Yeah, it must be an addiction. Yeah. By the time the game comes out, will there be like 50 costumes or more? Isn't that a lot of work for limited items? I mean, if it was like the pack per 2 or 3 months, more money could be allocated to developing the game and other assets. So, good question. Good question. The thing is that as long as the number of sales they make covers the cost of the artist and the animator, right? So, and I don't even know how much they sell per month for those cosmetics. Let's say it's $50,000. Let's say they spend $50,000 on, or they make $50,000. They're netting a profit because the time and the salary of the people spent building and modeling is not $50,000, right? So they're definitely making a profit. When you say if the pack was per 2 or 3 months, more money could be allocated to developing the game and other assets, but they are developing other assets because when they develop the full body cosmetic, parts of those full body cosmetics get reused on other NPCs. So, yeah, their monetization for their full body cosmetics, it's not like the artist takes all month. It's not like they have a person that spends all month to make those 6 items. So the money they make is like, I'm just going to use Jinsey. Jinsey gets tasked out with making the 6 items from this month's cosmetics. It probably takes her a week, maybe a little more. So the rest of the money that they made that pays her, she does other work for the company. It was a suggestion to justify cosmetic implementation. I think there are other options that I didn't expect my suggestion to get attacked like it did. You're on the wrong show, man. You're on the wrong show. Oh, now Karthos is here. I don't even need to do all the schwacking of he's in training all morning. Yeah. You need to get some work done. Yeah, go do work. Go make money. Go pay taxes. Proposes a new game for the stream. Instead of the classic kick me sign, we put a picture of an open can of cat food on the troll's back and sit back and watch the carnage your kitty dispenses. Man. Can you get cosmetics for spells? Yes. How that's going to work yet, we don't know. It is a feature they did in Kickstarter. So yes, you will be able to do some cosmetics on your effects. More to follow on that. Yeah, more to follow on that. Put a pin in that one, pin it on the board. It's coming later. Yeah, Kickstarter has spell customization, but we don't know much about it. Hey, it's Zetrix. You might be able to get skins for your summons. Yes, you might be able to. You might be able to. There's Critical Zen. Let's see. I spent $80 on Arcade Unchained. It's something I'll never get back, but why would I need something physical from it? Yeah, I mean, so I really depends on how much they make each month to justify it. For another question regarding cosmetics, do you know? Do we know how much can be earned in game? If there are, say, 50 costumes prior to launch, what ratio will there be to earned cosmetics? Do we know at this stage? So if there are at least 50 cosmetics in the cash shop over the time in the months that the game was in development, then there will be obtainable in game at least 50. There will be at least as many obtainable, in the game as there are in the cash shop. So I think it's a little absurd that people complain about cosmetics. Cosmetics are awesome. Here, people aren't complaining about the cosmetics. People are actually complaining that they're poor. Is ultimately what it boils down to. I agree with the mentality that everything should be available in game. I don't disagree with that mentality, but that's not the business model they're using. I would have much rather them done a box price plus a monthly sub. I would have much rather them do a box price plus a monthly sub rather than what they did, but they didn't do that. They did what they thought was best. And of course, hear the key words here. They did what they thought was best. Not what was best, what they thought was best. The cosmetics swap out on 10 February. It would be hilarious if they released the Fireball Air Twirl as a cosmetic. Actually, they didn't remove it. The Fireball Air Twirl is no longer for the Fireball. It's being repurposed for another ability. So it's being repurposed. So yeah, you're still gonna have the dude that jumps and twists, but it won't be on Fireball. Which it shouldn't have been on Fireball anyway, because Fireball is like a main staple skill. You're going to be using it all the time. It should be on something that you don't use often. So, Let's see. I need to go back to this training and listen to boomers not understand why they can't do stuff like they did in 1989. Shit. Oh. Did I get that Origin referral code yet? I don't think I can get an Origin referral code. I think I'm too small. But yeah, I am not a sponsored Origin creator. Although they're gonna love my video. They're gonna love my video that I do because my Origin PC shipped and it's gonna be here. I'm gonna check one more time. I cannot believe they're overnighting it to me. Like, honestly, is somebody in my community? Is somebody in my community like a bigwig at Origin or something, or like a quality assurance manager? They shit, man, that thing. Oh, never mind. They didn't overnight it to me. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up. 1 second. Oh no, tomorrow. Hold the fuck up. And now I'm gonna have to, when I do the video, Origin's not gonna like the video. On Tuesday, February 2nd, my computer was fully assembled and in the integration phase, but it was also in Jacksonville, Florida. So my computer was in the integration phase so are you guys traveling with it? Are you personally moving it up here to my house? Do you got like the bread van, the panel van? Like, here's my thing. Just don't bullshit me. As a customer, just don't bullshit me. Just tell me the truth. So how the fuck are you going to tell me my computer was in integration when it shipped the day before? That'll just get brought up in the video. I'm going to do a video and they're going to be like, "Oh my god, this guy's making fun of us." You're sitting at the door waiting for your 6900 XT. Yeah, I'd be sitting by the door too, man. Like, fucking, have you seen, I'm not saying every delivery driver is bad. And it's really bad for the delivery drivers that do a good job. My Amazon guy is awesome. My Amazon guy is amazing. My Amazon guy will be like, he'll see us like walking in the warmer months. We know the guy. I've given him water. I've given him like, he knocks on the door because he knows we get a lot from Amazon because I don't leave the house much. But I like, we'll give him brownies. We'll give him like Rice Krispie treats. We'll get like, you know, he's dropped off a bunch of stuff and I'll be like, "Hey man, want a slice of pizza?" A couple of times he's been like, "Yeah, do you mind? I'm starving." The last 3 items I got from Amazon, they just left it at the front lobby of my apartment. I'm too sketched to order expensive stuff down. Yeah, right? That's the problem. You've had things on your steps stolen because of no doorbell, no knock. Yeah. I'm friendly with the delivery guy because if we're walking around, the delivery guy will see us and he'll be like, "Hey, I don't have a whole lot of deliveries today. I'm gonna be right at your I'm gonna be at your house in like a minute." And then usually like I'll walk back to the house, or I'll be like, "Yeah, it's okay. My kid's there. She'll bring the stuff in." I'll call my kid. I'll be like, "Hey, the Amazon guy's about to be there." But that's what you get. Like, I try to tell people all the time, be polite to the service people. Uh-oh. Let's pop over to the cool one. Critical Zen hit up like 20%. Hit up like 20% of the community in one shot. All we need is one more person to donate or to subscribe, and then we're going to start a hype train. Unfortunately, there's been a steady stream of them, but just outside of the open window. Boom. Hads didn't dodge this time. Hads didn't dodge this time. Let's see. Got No Brakes. I love that name. 404 arrow loading name. I love that name too. Got some cool usernames here. I'm gonna be right back, guys, while that pings out. Came back and I have to put a hat on. Also, I gotta do a whistle. My daughter is gonna be so mad. There's gonna be nobody there to pick her up. Mom had to go to the dentist, and she's gonna be like, you know, she's gonna be so mad. Let's see. I gotta take these off. Oh, and Brown Rice is giving out subs. Look at everybody's just giving out subs today. We got our little choo-choo train at the bottom, making the living the best life. I still gotta come up with something to add to that train so that it doesn't just cross at a crossroads, so that it I gotta put like the cat there or something, so the cat's gonna get hit by the yeah, you should stay for a while because the subs are flying around. Yeah, this is like Dennis Leary says about a Dunkin' Donuts. There's like soup flying around. There's finger sandwiches. Remember when Dunkin' Donuts only served two things, coffee and donuts? I remember those days. I remember the days where they only served coffee and donuts. So, I know, unfortunately, I think when I pop back over here, it's going to start chinging all the other ones. Oh, it stopped. Good. Let's see. I have a bunch of ammo delivered a couple of years back. I was home for the delivery, went out to the truck. Turns out they were just going to leave it at the doorstep. They asked why it was so heavy. I said 880 rounds of high-powered rifle ammo. Yeah, it just goes by Duncan now. I think the place that we get I think our Dunkin' Donuts still has Dunkin' Donuts on the boxes. They're probably using up old ones. Brown Rice. Brown Rice loves the, people need to truly understand what is being said and not be stupid or think before they speak. Yeah, it's like, could you imagine me as your college professor? Like you walk into class and you start being stupid. I was just lazy and didn't write donuts. Hold on. I think it only goes by Dunkin' now. Wasn't that their 2021 thing? They're still Dunkin'. Yeah, they're still DunkinDonuts.com. But now they've moved to just Dunkin'. Yeah, just Dunkin'. But I think the place we get them from still has donuts on the boxes. They're just using up all their old stock of boxes. Ashes 101 is looking good. Yeah, Zetrix gets all the credit for making it look good. I just write the stuff. Zetrix designed it. Did a very good job. Very, very good job. Hopefully, in the next couple of months, when all the other places I need to spend money get resolved, then I can send Zetrix like something nice to be like, here you go. Thank you for doing that. The problem is that you can't just dispense cash out of your C corporation. The IRS doesn't like that. The IRS likes there to be a piece of paper that goes with everything. So this has been a good show so far. I'm going to get to the loot system discussion now, which we were supposed to be on a while ago. Where are we? Yeah, you guys keep crushing it with these hype trains. It's like people will be like, it's so hard to make money on Twitch. I was like, no, just go in and make fun of trolls and know what you're talking about 80% of the time or more. Get a couple of people that are regulars that laugh with you. So which loot system do you prefer for group content? Alpha 1 is right around the corner, so I'd like to discuss one of the most game-defining moments in an MMORPG, the loot system. For people new to the genre here, a small explanation of all the possible looting rules that I know. I will add some pros and cons to each system if I have some time or someone has good arguments for or against each system. I will say Master Looter. Master Looter is pros, no random distribution, and enables discussion. The cons is exploitable if the wrong person is the leader, and personal favors play a big role. I think Master Looter, is a great system for guilds. It's a great system for guilds that have been gaming together for a long time and who are going to continue gaming together for a long time, because there are 4 people in a guild that should get geared up before everybody else. There are 4 people that should get geared up before everybody else. And those 4 people are the main tank, the main healer, the off healer, and the main support. Now, in Ashes of Creation, you're only going to have 3 people that need to be geared up, and that's the main tank, the main healer, and the main support. If you're in a pug, it should default to personal loot over master to avoid exploitations. Well, no, it shouldn't. There's no such thing as personal loot as a loot system. There's personal loot as a game mechanic, and Ashes of Creation does not have personal loot. Ashes of Creation has loot, and it gets distributed. Personal loot is you get a piece of loot regardless, and that's not Ashes of Creation. Master Looter is great because your guild's main tank gets geared, and then your main healer gets geared, and your main support gets geared, and then you guys can do the content. Is the Paradox Gaming Network also a guild? Yes, it is a guild. The Paradox Gaming Network is a community. The Paradox Gaming Network Incorporated is a business, and those are 2 separate things. With that said, personal loot is bad because it means you don't need to play. I've been a part of 12 guilds that master loot. It's always gear up the core group of friends first, then you get the scraps. Then why the hell are you in those guilds? Here's the way I run Master Looter for Paradox. Whoever the main tank is, whoever the main healer is, which is usually me, and whoever the main support is, they're going to get their gear. And they're going to get their gear because the main tank is going to tank that dungeon 900 times until everybody has their gear. Now, how do I determine who is main? It's not a democracy. That's the main tank, because that's the person who's here 6 days a week. That's the person who's willing to run the dungeon 18 times a day. Why am I the main healer? Because if it's 2 o'clock in the morning and I can't sleep, I'm going to get up and I'm going to be on my computer and I'm going to be like, yeah, that's fine. I can heal for a dungeon. Time commitments, etc. No, it's not time commitments. It's not that. It's reliability. It is. I know that the person who I gear up is the main tank, because here's how this works. The main tank, the main healer, and the main support all get their gear. And then as we go through the dungeon, we get a tanking piece. Okay? We get a tanking piece. And I put that in the guild bank. And then when it comes time to distribute out gear, then we usually use DKP. What if guilds can choose their loot systems? They can. The thing is that your main tank, since the gear in Ashes isn't bound like it is in other games, if we're running through and we end up getting 5 tank pieces, those tank pieces are going to go to our other tanks, and then maybe those tanks are now able to take their groups into those dungeons without needing a carry from really the main 3. The goal is this. The goal is to get the main tank, the main healer, and the main support geared to a point where then the main tank can go with a group, and then the main healer and the main support can go with another group, and now you start running 2 groups through the content. Because the main tank is so geared out that he can go through the content with a lower geared healer, and the main healer is so geared that the tank isn't totally geared out, but the healer is capable of over healing the content. Now, I do agree that it is exploitable if the wrong person is the leader. And I do agree that there are a lot of guilds that only give a shit. And this is where I talked on Monday about you need to know your guild leadership and you need to be comfortable with your guild leadership. If you're never getting gear, but you're always going to the raid, either one of two things is happening. Number one, the game is such that there's not a lot of gear to go around. Final Fantasy XI and Dynamis was like this. I believe that there were 18 people in a Dynamis, and if 9 pieces of gear dropped in a 3-hour run, then that's what dropped. So the likelihood of you getting a piece was very, very small. Very, 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 very small. With that said, you also have it where if there's a lot of gear going to people and you're not using a reward-based system like DKP, then you have a problem. There are quite a few guilds that are the wrong type of guilds. The problem is there is no way to know you are getting screwed until several raids later, and then you have to leave, and it puts you back to new recruit status in another guild. You shouldn't need several weeks to know that you're being screwed. You shouldn't need several weeks. Because your guild should either be running Loot Council and then Free For All, or your guild should be running DKP. When your guild is running DKP, the people that are getting geared first, because you need to gear them to clear the content, they aren't getting DKP. The trade-off to being geared up first is that they're not getting DKP for their runs. So what I mean by that is, say it's a 40-person raid and there's 3 tanks in it. And we decide, I don't have anybody here. We decide Jack is our main tank. So Jack is going to be getting geared today. So any tank piece that drops today, Jack is getting. So we kill the first boss. We have 3 tanks in the raid, and Jack is the guild's main tank. A tank headpiece drops. Well, tank 2 and tank 3 each get 1 DKP. And then Jack gets 0 DKP, but he gets the piece. Now, we go to the second boss. And in a standard DKP system, Jack would be at 0, the other 2 tanks would be at 1, so the next tanking piece Jack wouldn't be able to get because he's got no DKP, he's got no currency to spend. But we've decided we're gearing out our main tank on this run. So then what happens is on the next boss, Jack gets incredibly lucky and the tanking chest piece drops. Now, Jack doesn't get 0 DKP. Jack gets -1 DKP. The other guys each get 1. So your other 2 tanks are at 2 and 2, and Jack's at -1. The reason why Jack is at -1 is that piece should have cost him 1 extra DKP because those other guys could have bid 1. He would have had to at least have had 2. Now, the next week we go in, Jack is still going to get any unique pieces that drop for him at the ever-growing cost because then it keeps it fair. But the other guys are going to be able to start getting gear as well. That works best because now you have a main tank. And remember, the main tank's geared. It means every boss fight for the rest of the night gets easier. And every time we do this dungeon weekly or twice a week or 3 times a week, it's all the easier because the tank is getting geared. And if the tank is geared, the tank can tank it easier. The healer is geared, the healer can heal it easier. Now, some guilds are run by a bunch of greedy motherfuckers who gear out the guild leader and his officers, and then they never shared, they never share it down. Well, then those guilds, remember I said a game that is profitable is a good game because if it was a bad game, why is anybody paying for it? If you're in a guild, if you are in a guild and those people are staying in that guild, then the guild leader's got to be doing something that's keeping people there. Now, I do want to say this. Having an inner core group of people who can do content like open world PvP, and you want to be a tag along, Rocky says this to his son. If you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. If you're in a guild where you're being taken advantage of, then leave. You're not a fucking tree. Leave. And go and do other things. Go and, go and kick ass in the rest of the world, man. You go and do what you need to do. But don't sit there and say, well, I've been in this guild for 6 months and I've never gotten any gear, and people who came into the guild after me are already geared out. Well, then why are you still there? Now, I will say there are times, where, I'm not going to gear you out even if you've been in the guild for 6 months. And let me give you, it super screws you and puts you behind 2 to 1 months when it shouldn't if you put in 7 days a week. This is just a straight fact. Ready? This is a straight fact that people get wrong all the time. If you've only been in a guild for 2 weeks, you can't be 2 months behind. Time doesn't work that way. Time doesn't work that way. You can never be further behind. You can never be further behind than the amount of time you've invested. And anybody who starts like again, people can have a dissenting opinion and that's fine, but lots of people have brought this up over the years, and never have I been shown anything that looks like a reasonable timetable. Okay, 2 weeks to a month. Got it. Okay. Never have I been shown a timetable where people are like, I lost 2 weeks and now I'm 2 months behind. Well, that's not fucking possible. That's impossible. So, with that is just one type. That is just one type of loot. Why is this doing that? That is just one type of loot. Another type of loot is loot system. Highest bid. Each dropped item has its own auction between all the party members. The item goes to the person who bids the most gold on it. The gold is distributed to all the other party members. Greedy people need a lot of money. Greedy people need a lot of money. True. If a rare item drops, everyone gets gold. Awesome. True. Item value is relevant. Yes. Cons. The rich get the most items. True. People who don't need the item might bid it, so you have to pay more. True. The bidding system is an absolutely amazing system. I love the bidding system. The bidding system from Blade and Soul was so good. The thing is, all the cons are there. It's like this person watched my loot video and just was on the same wavelength. I will say the problem you run into is this. Say this is the rich. This is a situation where the rich get richer and the poor stay poor. Bidding system is nice, but it sucks when a DPS buys a tank item. There is no such thing as a DPS item or a tank item in Ashes, because any class can wear any gear. But let me get back to that in a minute. The problem with this becomes the Midas touch. He who has the gold makes the rules. I have 10,000 gold in my bag, and you only have 1,000 gold in your bag. And an item drops with a relative value of 700 gold. For you to buy that item, you're going to use up almost all of your gold to buy that item. Whereas I might drive that price up to 500 gold because I know that I can make 200 gold profit on it. Whereas you're trying to buy the gold, you're trying to buy the item to use it. I bid 500, you have to bid 501. You've used 50% of your disposable income to buy this item. Here's the thing. Why are you running dungeons with people like this? Why is your static doing this to you? Now, like most things, I'm my guild leader. I'm also usually my static leader. If I know that this item, if I know that the train whistle of summoning helps my summoner call out a better summon, then I want my summoner to get that item. I don't want to take that item. I want my party member to get that item. Now, say we don't have a rogue, or we have the third time we've run this dungeon, and it's the third time we have the rogue skeleton key item drops, and we say to ourselves, okay, the rogue already has that, or the rogue already has better. Well, we don't then let one person in our static take the item. I take the item, and I go and sell the item, and say I get 700 gold. I'm going to say 800 gold because math is easier that way. I get 800 gold for it. Now, the next time we meet up for the dungeon, I do reconciliation with the books. Be like, here's your 100 gold, here's your 100 gold, here's your 100 gold. You don't get 100 gold because you owed me 100 gold, so we're square now. Here's your 100 gold, here's your 100 gold, here's your 100 gold. Everything is sellable, no bond and equip. No, that's not true. That's incorrect. That is incorrect. Most everything is sellable. There are some bind on equip items. There are some. Free loot is the next one. The item is not protected by any system and can be looted by every party member. Pros, it builds a lot of trust if done correctly. No, it doesn't. Not at all. Possible to create a lot of tension between party members and ninja looters. Yes. Personal loot. Well, personal loot doesn't exist in Ashes, so we don't even need to talk about it. Personal loot is where everybody gets an item regardless. Well, the problem with that is you kill one boss and the boss shits out 8 items. Now, what the person didn't talk about was need before greed. Need before greed in Ashes of Creation is going to be a little bit difficult. Because everybody can use every item. And so, because everybody can use every item, how do you decide who is need and who is greed? I really want to say to them to take out need before greed, only because it should just be want pass. I don't think need before greed should even be an option here. I think it should just be want pass, roll pass. Final Fantasy 14 works need before greed because every item is designated to a particular player. And like, for example, when I run a dungeon, I don't roll need on any of the tanking items because I have better. I have endgame gear. So I roll greed on all of the items because I like to keep it fair. Now, I know there's people in there that are rolling need on their items because they use them for turning them in for seals or breaking down. I don't give a shit. It's petty shit. It's with pugs. I don't care. I just think that they should get rid of need before greed. Personal loot for quest items, or do you have to kill 8 mobs to get one? We have no idea if there are quest items of that. We don't have any idea if there's quests of that type. So don't know. Just don't know. The other one that they have is round robin. Round robin is a brilliant setup. Is set up as a brilliant way to handle loot. The problem becomes somebody's RNG is always horrible, and somebody always ends up not being on loot when you're on the boss drops. So what happens is you get the goblin tooth, you get the lizard skin, you get the boss drop, you get the boss drop, you get the boss drop. You get the dragon tooth, you get the dragon skin, you get the goblin foot, you get the gear, you get the gear, you get the gear. Yeah, we just talked about that, the bidding system. The loot system in Blade and Soul is pretty good. It has its own inherent problems. One of the problems with that is I'm not going to lie, I jacked up the prices on the pugs in Blade and Soul. I jacked up the prices because there's no reason not to. If I know I can buy, if I know I can sell that item for 15 gold, I'm going to jack that price up to at least 8 gold. Because if I get it at 8, I still make 7 gold profit. If I don't get it at 8, then I've still forced you to spend more money and you're going to have less money on the next item to bid. Sorry, there is no reason to not be cutthroat in the world. That's just how it is. Rolling for loot was always my favorite, at least if my RNG is bad. That is all it is. Except the problem with rolling for loot is that there are certain pieces of loot you shouldn't be rolling on. You shouldn't be rolling on them. You're playing a rogue, and let me not use. Well, no, you're playing a rogue, and a sword drops that is plus 10 parry, and you say, yeah, I want that, and the tank is like, why in the fuck do you want that? And then all of a sudden, the thing I don't like is, well, I like about Ashes is I just simply say, you know what? We're going to table this for now. The loot's going in my bag. We can talk about it after the run. I'm not going to sit there. I'm not going to sit there in the dungeon and fuck around with this bullshit about I want this. we're going to clear it. We're going to do the loot after. So we get done and everybody else is all the loot's distributed. And now we've got this plus 10 parry. Well, in my guild, as I told you, if it's an upgrade for the tank is getting it, period. We're done. The tank's getting it. And then we're going to be running this often enough, you're going to get one. But if it's, and then in my guild, we do DKP. So, you're going to, who has the most DKP. But if we're talking about other guilds that have other guild leaders that have to sort this out, be like, okay, well, it's a plus 10 parry sword, so that leads itself to the tank build, but I'm willing to listen to why you should get it. And the rogue is like, bro, have you looked at my build? All of my cooldowns reset on every successful parry. All of my gear has plus parry on it. Yeah, sounds like a good reason you two can roll off for it. And then the tank's like, what the fuck? It's a tanking sword. I was like, just because it has plus parry on it and it makes it a tanking sword doesn't change the fact that the rogue is absolutely right. He's standing right up there in front of the boss with you, parrying shots to reset all his cooldowns. That shit makes sense to me. It's not about being right, and it's not about being perfect. But like I said, my guild gets away from that problem because we gear out the tank first, so the tank's going to be like, whatever, I don't care. Sounds like WoW, which I never had issues with their looting system. Yes, you get some shitty people, but kick them and grab another. It happens and move on. Except you can't do that in Ashes. You can't just kick somebody and move on because it's not like you can kick them out of the dungeon and then you have a party finder and then the person gets instantly teleported to the spot you are in the dungeon or all the trash is cleared and they can run to you. These are open world dungeons. If you have to kick somebody out in the middle of a dungeon run, you very well may be done with your dungeon run that night. Also, and I can't wait for this fucking hoopla. You know those people that, and you know these people, they're unreliable. They're the people, like, they're the tank's girlfriend. The tank's girlfriend is a damage dealer, except she's pretty fucking unreliable, and she smokes a lot, and she goes pee a lot, and she can't raid for 90 straight minutes without having to take a break. Those people are going to be the ones that struggle with Ashes because there is no looking for group. There is no matchmaker. There is no automatically teleport you into the dungeon. There is get fucked, man. Get fucked. You're an idiot. and we don't have time for your bullshit. My static will be myself, my wife, one of our good friends, and then unfortunately, one of the people I want in my static works weird hours, so I want him in my static, but I don't know if he's going to be able to be a fit in. But I want my static, my personal static is gonna be, all right, guys, we're doing this, and this today. Here's the fucking schedule. Here's the agenda. You can kick them at the end of the dungeon. It's honestly not that big of a deal. You find who you want to play with, you make friends, or you play with guildmates. I've run plenty of dungeons and didn't get anything, got ninja looted. Those people also got their name broadcasted and people didn't group with them anymore. True. I mean, ninja looters get blacklisted. Ninja looters get blackballed. Period. It's what's going to happen. It is what is going to happen. So what else do we got? Posture check. Yeah. Damn it. That's squared up. Let's see. Reputation will be huge in this game. Yeah, that's going to be something people aren't used to. It's going to be something people are not used to. And then it's the last game I played where reputation was everything was Final Fantasy XI. And I'll give you the example. I was a bard in Final Fantasy XI, and I had my Shari'ar Mantel +1. I had all of my instruments +1 if you could. I mean, obviously you can't +1 all of them. And I got invited to I keep my list of shitheads. It's coffee drinker. Appreciate that. I have my list of shitheads on the side of my monitor. And I get invited to an alliance to go do something, and I joined, and then I dropped out. And the person was like, "What's up?" I said, "Oh man, I can't run with your group. You've got this guy in it, and he's a fucking loot goblin. I don't want to start any drama, so I just won't run with him." A couple of minutes later, I get an invite back, and I said, "What's up?" And they said, "We want you back in the we want you back in the alliance," and we kicked the other guy. Do you think reputation will be regionally map based though, or no, because of open chat? Reputation is going to be regionally based. However, remember, people are going to form discords. Like, I will have a discord for the server I'm on. So once you get getting blacklisted for loot thieving is a big deal. Like, I will kick people out of my guild. If I get like video footage of a guild member who was a loot goblin, I will kick them out of my guild. I'll be like, "Look, you don't represent my guild the way I want my guild represented. So you need to piece right the fuck out. I don't have time for your bullshit. You're not gonna like." I am a strict believer in you wear the pride and the sins of your guild everywhere you go. If you've got people in your guild that are PKing left and right, they need to go. There's nothing wrong with PKing. But if your guild, I can't say that in this area of the world, we don't PK, and then I got a member PKing. What's my stance on trash talking? Trash talking is for chumps, noobs, and losers. Trash talking is for chumps, noobs, and losers. The truth of the matter is, my trash talking you is when I teabag you when you're on the ground. That's because that's all that matters. Did I plant you or not? Now, are there people in my guild who are authorized shit talkers? Yes, there are. And I tell people in my guild, we have PsyOps. We have a PsyOps division. If you're not on my list of people that is authorized to shit talk, you keep your gums shut. You keep your dick sucker closed because you're not authorized to shit talk. I have people that shit talk on a professional level to infuriate the other people, to make them make mistakes. Everybody else, the only thing you say in local is GG. That's all you say. And if you don't like it, that's fine. People are like, well, I don't like those rules. And I'm like, that's cool. I'm not asking you to like them, but I'm telling you to follow them. We shit talk when it's appropriate to enrage the other people, to get them spun up, because emotional people make mistakes. That's why people always say, they're like, dude, you just shred people, because I'm logical. I'm not emotional. Now, you want to shit talk in the arena? The arena is you. The arena is not a representation of the guild. Everything in the open world is a representation of the guild. The arena is the arena. And that's what I'll say. If somebody comes back to me and they're like, hey man, your guy was shit talking in the arena, I'll be like, yeah, it was the arena. What are you, a fucking baby? Why are you telling me? Like, what are you coming to me for with this bullshit? If it's the arena, if you want to shut him up in the arena, shut him up hard, plant him, kill him, beat him, you know? Until you do that, I don't want to hear it. Yeah, the only thing you can say is, no, you don't say GG, easy, get good. No, because that's bullshit. That's shit talking. You give him a GG, you give him a well played. GG, WP, that's it. Because here's the thing. Just because you won today doesn't mean you're going to win tomorrow. And it's the people who do that GG, easy, get good. I look at the people who put that, and I'll call them out to the side and I'll be like, what did you contribute to the fight today? Here's the video footage. I'm looking at this. There's you dead. There's you dead again. Oh, there's you dead again. There's you out of position. There's you chasing that guy down for a kill. And you cost us 3 healers getting killed because your job, you drew the straw today. Your squad drew babysitting duty. Man, I ain't going to do babysitting duty. Why? Because I want to be out there killing people. Yeah, you're a cog in the machine. If your squad was assigned babysitting duty and on the video footage replay, I'm seeing you chasing down kills, you're not doing your job. It's great that you're the strongest puller on the team, but when I'm saying row, your fucking oar is in the water going the wrong direction. Got to be a team player. Your team is killing people. Today, hey man, today, your squad is on front line. Your squad is, what if the GG easy game was the MVP who isn't authorized to talk shit? He's not the MVP because he's not the most valuable player. Because if he was the most valuable player, he'd be a leader that knows to keep his damn fingers on the GGWP button. See, if you can't follow instructions, you can be the best player in the game. But if you don't follow instructions, your value is 0. Because beating you doesn't take somebody being better than you. It takes people following instructions. One of the things they beat into your head over and over and over and over again in the military is being a good leader starts with being a good follower. Because you don't always understand the plan. You don't always understand the whole plan. If you have a good leader, he will have explained the entire plan. But sometimes I can't give you the whole plan because we don't know who's spies and we don't know who's leaking intel. If I tell you to stay at that bridge and no matter what is happening, you stay at that bridge, it means you stay your ass on that bridge. I don't care if there's an easy kill 50 meters away. Your ass is on the bridge because at all times, while I'm coordinating, at all times, my brain says you're on the bridge. And I got 2 of you being monkeys chasing down an easy kill. And then I've just routed people to the bridge and you're not on it. You're not the MVP. You got to go because you're part of the fucking problem. Everybody following a 60% plan is better than everybody following their own plan. Now, do I like being the guy assigned to the bridge with my thumb up my ass knowing I'm probably not going to get any kills today? No, I don't like it. I absolutely don't like it. Am I going to be angry and upset if I'm always assigned to the bridge duty? Yeah. Am I going to bring it up to my you know, I don't trash talk, but I'll say good game easy if you were a dickhead prior. No. And you could do that, but you wouldn't be in my guild. You can do whatever you want, but you wouldn't be in my guild. because you beat them with grace. And you beat them with grace and you don't come down to their level, which means they have to come up to yours. Saying good game easy, that's low class, man. That's Bush League. Because nobody wins on their own. Winning with grace is, yes, it's absolutely 10 times more important than losing with grace, because you can't, what you're saying by winning with grace and saying good game well played is you're saying nothing you do affects me. You said you're going to say GG easy if they were a dickhead prior. That person has already defeated you. You may have beat them in the conflict, but they're living in your head rent free because you are so dedicated to the idea of being able to dunk on them and say something. I just dunk on you. I just dunk on you. I don't look at you. I don't say nothing. The good game, well played. Because GGWP is so much more infuriating than GG easy. The fact that you just told them well played, you're basically saying, this is what you're basically saying. Good game, well played, but your best wasn't good enough. When you say good game easy, you're being condescending. When I say good game, well played, you played well, but your best isn't better than my best. I own you. And now I live in your head rent free. Good game, well played, which means try next time. Try again next time. It's like, you guys know this in MOBAs. I love this in MOBAs. I play Heroes of the Storm. I don't care if you like it as a MOBA. I don't care if you hate it as a MOBA. I like it as a MOBA. I don't give them any money, but I play the game. I love when we're about halfway through a match and I'm healing and their entire team 5-packs me when it's 5 versus 1. I love it. I love it because I know right then, the moment I pull the 5-point, the moment I pull the 5-pack and I get 5 focused, 99 times out of 100, I'm going to win that match. 99, because Jack Nicholson in The Departed, man, where he says, I'm just going to give them a whiff of my ass and they're going to crawl right up in it. The moment you pull a 5v1 and they all focus fire you, they rush through your lines, what ends up happening is they kill you, but they all die. And then you own them. All this time they thought you were a good guy for saying good game, well played. But let's be honest, aren't you more infuriated when the person says GGWP, you're like, fuck. If the person shit talks, you can just shit talk back and then you get it out of your system. When you can't get the person to come down to your level, you're infuriated. You are just livid and you're like, they literally said, good job. And it's like your best wasn't good enough. And that goes along with what I tell people. Second place is the first loser. Second place is the first loser. You were almost good enough to win, but your best wasn't good enough. That is, I would rather come in 17th place. So then, when I come in 17th place, anybody who looks at it is just going to be like, you have a bad day? Be like, yeah, I had it. Because, you can play that off. You can play that off. You can be like, yeah, I had a bad day. And they're going to buy that. But when you're second place, what happens in second place is everyone's like, well, you were good enough to beat everybody else, but you weren't good enough to be the best. I hate second place. I hate it. I hate second place. I would much rather be anything else over second place. Anything else. Anything. Third would be better. Third would be better to me. Maybe it's just me. But I'd fifth, seventh. Because it doesn't change the fact that you're not good enough. You just don't have to live with the public shame of you're not good enough and everybody. You're up on that podium. And you're like, third place just gets you up on the podium. I want I want to be on the top of the podium, or I don't even want to be on it. Like, not at all. Period. Maybe that's just me. Maybe I just got some different views. There's a guy in StarCraft 2 who came in second place in 7 or 8 major tournaments, never got first. Yeah, the guy that was, if you're always getting second and you can't get first, I entirely agree with the practice of only being well-mannered in games, always GGWP, complimenting plays, never shit-talking, and practice my teammates in Discord get furious when the other team shit-talks or gives GG easy. If they win with grace, my teammates are completely cool with it. Well, then your teammates need to flip their mentality, because if I knew that about your team, and my spies told me that about your guild, if my spies told me about your guild, then my shit talkers, my psyops people are absolutely going to own you. They're absolutely going to own you, because if you get furious with GG easy, that's all my guys are going to say. Just before the fight, just before the castle siege, they're going to be screaming it in shout chat. They're going to be posting clips of when they've dunked on people in your guild, and then you've already lost. You should be furious about the GGWP. You should be furious because there's the only way to shut up a GGWP is by beating them. At that point, you must beat them to shut them up. I shoot for the top 5 in every battle. First is not important to me. Just letting people know I'm good, but not the best. Oh no, I go for first or last. If I'm not the best, I'm always aiming to be the best. I know I will never get there, but I'm always aiming for it. What if you just aren't furious? Well, that's the thing. Then, like you heard, one group gets furious over GG easy. Well, that's the dangerous part about spies. That's the dangerous part about spies. When spies know what buttons to push, oh shit. Like you can, I was in a guild that the guild leader hated being focus fired. He hated being focus fired. And spies found out. All they did from that point on was focus fire him. All they did was focus fire. In EVE Online, all they did, guild leaders get focus fired. Not necessarily. That's why I'm the guild leader, but I don't designate myself. I'm not the first shot caller. I'm not the second shot caller. I'm very rarely the third shot caller. The only time I jump in is when I see something that my shot callers haven't seen. Beyond that, I organize, train, and equip the army, but I don't utilize the army because two different groups of people. But in EVE Online, our fleet leader, he hated being even locked up. He would get emotionally enraged if he was even locked. Why aren't these ships fucking jammed? Jam these ships. He's calling for jams on ships. He's calling for jams on ships, on basically ships that aren't any threat. So he's lost his mind. He's lost his mind calling for jams on ships that aren't even firing at him. But they figured out just by having him locked, just by him having to see in his overview all these people flashing yellow. We finally had to tell him, look, man, you can't be a shot caller anymore. You can't. You cannot be the fleet commander. Posture check. Yeah, I'm good, man. I'm on my balance board. I'm good. Balancing away, working the mabs. But no, it was just, those are the things you get inside people's heads. I hate teammates. I hate teammates that make excuses. That's what my Achilles heel is. My Achilles heel is when my Achilles heel is when I got teammates that are blaming me like, look, man, I'm the healer. I'm playing because I play a round of Heroes of the Storm called All Random, All Mid. I'm the healer. I have a subpar healer. I'm out healing their top tier healer. I have more damage than you. We have a fucking problem. I'm the healer with more damage than the damage dealer, and you're raging. Heals are the problem. I'm playing Ty, and I'm out healing Lucio. No, heals aren't the problem, my friend. Are there any games you consider playing on Steam while we chill here some days? No, not really. Maybe in a week. The big reason why I haven't been playing anything is, where the hell is it? Actually, oh, here it is. It took me forever to figure out what was wrong with my PC. This is actually one of the radiator plates off of my cube. My computer was overheating, and I could not figure out why. Nothing was like nothing on the report, the thermal report was saying any component overheated, but it was only happening if I was streaming or if I was using OBS and I had everything that I have open for the stream, and then it would just reset my computer. Well, once I'm done, once I get everything moved over, probably Friday, I'm gonna format this computer, and yeah, I checked voltages, I checked everything. Nothing. There was no rhyme or reason. But funny enough, all I did was I said, well, fuck it. Let's go with Occam's razor. Let's try the simplest solution first and see if it works. I just took out the radiator plate, and suddenly my computer stopped doing it. So. Oh, I can't even share why that's so funny. But it's funny. But yeah, I hate the we were outnumbered. We were outnumbered. Well, why'd you fight? Well, we had to. Well, why? We had to fight. No? If you were outnumbered, you had a problem. Then your logistics failed you because you didn't have enough army when you needed enough army. I'm gonna be right back. Get yourselves coffee, lunch, whatever. I'll be right back. Who else here plays League, Overwatch, whatever, with someone that always thinks they're the only person getting focused and the team is completely holding them back? I play with quite a few people that think they're the main characters of the team. Yeah. I see that happen a lot. I see that happen a lot. You know what? I get upset with the people who don't understand comp. And you're just like, they're like, well, why aren't you doing more? We don't have a tank. So how am I supposed to be able to do anything if we don't have a tank? And they're always like, well, your damage is too low. Yes, because once again, you had a tank selected until like the last 2 seconds, and then you decided to fuck us because you had a tank selected until 2 seconds, and then you switched. And if you had told me you were going to take a damage dealer, I would have taken a tank. And so people just irritate me. There is no I in team. There is no I in team, but there is an I in win. And you know what I don't see in my win or my team? I don't see a U. Alrighty, sorry. If I didn't have I didn't have any more calories, I was going to die. I was starving. Let's roll out some more stuff. But yeah, there's a lot of people who make excuses. There's a lot of what I'm waiting for. What I'm outright waiting for. And I'm sure some of you are waiting for this too. I am outright waiting for 3s and 5s in Ashes of Creation. I'm waiting for 3s and 5s. And I say I'm waiting for 3s and 5s because I'm betting for the meta for 3s is always going to be a tank, a healer, and a damage dealer. I also think that there's going to be probably some shenanigans of 3 summoners. But do you think solo play will have enough to do in Ashes, or do you think joining a guild is a must? That's a good question. I talked about that a lot on Monday. I need to chop up that segment today or tomorrow. I think there is enough to do solo in Ashes that you can be a solo player and enjoy the game. But what I think you have to do is you have to temper your expectations. I want to be a solo player. Okay, you want to be a solo player. I want to be a solo player, and I want to be the best crafter in the world, and I want to be this, and I want to be that. Okay, well, you can't be those things as a solo player. Why? Because, really, I want to be a solo player, but I want to be the best crafter in the world. Okay, well, how are you going to get the items to break down to get the best recipes? How are you going to get the materials to make the best weapons? Now, I want to be a solo player. Okay, what are the things I can do? You can own an inn, you can own a tavern, you could be a gatherer, you could be a processor. You could be a mayor. Nothing stops you from being a mayor as a solo player. You could be a fill-in who goes outside of dungeons and has a sign above your head that says, will fill in for DPS. You could set up a store. You could be an economist. You could be a bounty hunter. You could be an arena expert. And you could travel the world and engage in, be a hired sword. Well, not really a hired sword, but an engaging sword on node sieges. You could travel to nodes that are going to be under siege and register and help defend them or help attack them. You could do all of those things. But what you probably couldn't do as a solo player is get involved in guild wars. Or guild wars and guild sieges of castles, because who's going to trust a singleton? Who's going to trust a solo player to not be a spy? So caravan attacker or defender as well. Yeah, you could roam the world. Defender probably more likely as a single player. You could just be traveling around, and when you run into caravans, just walk up to them, hit defend, and follow them, and then be really good at your PvP season. You know. To totally switch gears, what are your thoughts on opening Alpha 1 sales again? I realize that some people that bought in early might be miffed, but as Ashes of Creation's ETA starts to look like it probably won't be in 2020. It's not probably won't be in 2020. It's not in 2020. It won't be in 2021 either. I figure they might need more cash at some point. Even 40 million can't fully fund the development for an infinite number of years. A couple of things here. Number one, they have a lot more than $40 million. They have a lot more than $40 million. They have they've made at least 12 million in crowdfunding. At least 12 million. With that said, I think opening up Alpha 1 sales is smart, but I don't think you open up Alpha 1 sales until after the March testing. And I'm going to say it like this, and I do this often. You can watch some of my other live streams. I usually go on for 45 minutes to an hour about this topic. I don't want to do that today. If you open up Alpha 1 sales before March 27th, they are going to get the dog shit beat out of them in the media, left, right, and center. They're going to alienate a large part of their community. And the recipe for success for a video game is not by alienating a huge part of your steadfast vanguard of supporters. I think opening it after March 26th is fine. I think opening on April 11th would be smarter. Unfortunately, I think Intrepid's going to open it before then, and then we're going to have a shit show on our hands. I really hope, I know that Steven is a big boy. I know he's owner of a company. I know he's made millions of dollars on stuff. I think Steven has been in the forest so long, he forgets that he's in a forest. I think that Steven has been in the glen, in the opening, in the glade for so long that he forgets that he had to walk through 18 miles of forest to get there. I think Steven has lost touch with the I'm a gamer because he spent the last 5 years intensively as a game developer. I think that before he opens up the Alpha 1 sales, after the March testing. So if he wanted to do it anytime before March 27th, I really think that he should engage with the people that have been, towing this wagon, doing the heavy lifting, and just listen to their feedback. Because my plan, my way, my mentality gets them to Alpha 1 sales open, and it gets them there clean. If they open them up at the end of February, it gets them Alpha 1 sales reopen, but it gets them there dirty. And I don't think they want to get there dirty. I think they want to get there clean. I could see mercenaries go through war-declared entities and basically offer contract services. Yeah, for sieges, that's fine, but not for guilds, and not a single individual. I don't really see how we will have a shit show because of that. What would be the argument for opening Alpha 1 sales for March? It's when the NDA drops. Make perfect sense to introduce everyone with Alpha to the NDA testing. Yeah, it makes sense for everybody that supported you 2 years ago to be able to go into the Alpha 1 testing and talk about it. What doesn't make any sense, and this is, Steven has said publicly, well, we had our December testing and we got some data and it looks good. Okay. You're the only one talking. What are you going to say? We got some data and it looks like dog shit? By the way, buy some Alpha 1. That's not good marketing. That's not good advertising. The argument is this. And here's where you get penned in. Remember, I use the baseball analogy all the time. I use the home run derby analogy all the time. When you get into the home run derby pitcher's box, you face 10 pitches. You don't just face one pitch, hit a home run, and walk off. You got to do it 10 times. Well, based on our December testing, we're going to reopen Alpha 1 sales. Okay. Why aren't you letting anybody else talk? Then why haven't you taken down the NDA on the December testing? Why won't you let people talk about their experiences? Why won't you wait until after people have seen it? Why won't you wait until after it's been shown? Why won't this, and why won't this, and why won't this? And then what are all of your answers to those questions? Because every single one of those causes you unnecessary defensive play. The trick is to open up Alpha 1 sales at a point where it becomes a story or 2 stories or 5 stories or 10 stories. Opening up Alpha 1 sales needs to be done at such a time and such a place where they get at least one and then. They get at least one and then out of it. What's an and then? They open up Alpha 1 sales, and then in 5 days they sell 10,000 Alpha 1 packs, or a combination of 10,000 Alpha 1 packs and upgrades. That's an and then. That's a news story. That gets you back in the news. Now, what if they don't hit that? Then nothing. They don't have to go that route. What they don't want to have is a piece of should be good news. If they open up Alpha 1 sales on the 1st of March after the February testing, you still see a problem? I do, because look at the February testing. The February testing is still under NDA. So here's how this goes. We're going to open up Alpha 1 sales because everything's been good in the December test and the February test. That's the first pitch. Sure, you hit a home run. Next pitch. Why is the NDA still in place? Next pitch. Why won't you let anybody else talk? Next pitch. Why are you doing this if the game is fully funded and you don't need the money? Why won't you just wait until after the March testing where people are able to see what it really is? Why are you selling a product that's 2 years late that you're keeping cloaked? What do you say to all those questions? You're on the defense now. You're on the defense. Instead of you controlling the media cycles, the media, the people who do this are controlling it. You shouldn't need, if your game is fully funded and you're financially viable, you shouldn't need to open up Alpha 1 sales for money. And so if you don't need to open up Alpha 1 sales for money, why are you opening up Alpha 1 sales before people can see it? Why would you not want to wait until people can see what they're buying so you don't have to play defense to all those complaints? All of the content creators that spend that week in March making the content will have set the stage. Man, I bought into Alpha 1 after watching Jahlon's stream all week in March, and it runs like shit. You didn't know what an alpha was? You didn't see Jahlon say 902 times in a 7-day period, guys, this is a Western Development alpha? More money is better. No, more money is not better. More money is not better when you've said publicly on a number of occasions the product is fully funded. The core viable product is fully funded. And I will remind you that Steven once opod once with the money thing. And I was the asshole that was pitching to him. And I struck him out. The interview with the why the Battle Royale was monetized was not a good interview. It was not a on-stream interview. It was in Discord. It was not. Maybe they just announced in February that they will definitely open up Alpha 1 sales, but they will put them on the store after March. No, that's bullshit too. Because if you're ready to sell them, no, that would not be a good move. That would be, in fact, a horrible move. That would be a horrible move. Because then we're going to sell them, but we don't give a shit about what this testing data in March tells us. That actually would be a horrible move. I won't even throw a stone at that good idea fairy. I'm going to shoot that good idea fairy dead in its tracks. Well, we're going to open up Alpha 1 sales, but we're not going to do it until after March. So the March testing data doesn't mean shit to you. You can't be a company making data-driven decisions if you're making the decisions before you have the data. I'm a CPI guy. I tell you guys that all the time. I'm a continuous process improvement guy. I get the easy job. As a facilitator, I get the easy job. I just get to shoot shit down all day. I don't have to, like, when people are always like, I'm at these events and they're like, well, you're so smart. What's the answer? I'm like, I don't have to give you the answer. In fact, I'm not required to give you an answer, and that's not even my job. My job is to shoot down the bad ideas. My job is to not vet the good ideas. My job is to have you, I disagree. I think the only people that can complain are the ones that already spent their money on Alpha 1, and they are having the chance to talk about Alpha 1 in the NDA channel since the December tests. That's not the point. Telling secrets to people that already know the secret isn't a conversation. The problem comes, you need to allow the people who have already tested. If you're going to make the statement that based on what we saw on our end, we're ready to open up Alpha 1 sales again, then you have no reason to keep the verbal NDA in place. In fact, you have no reason to keep any NDA in place. If you say it's ready for prime time, then it's ready to show in prime time. Period. You cannot simultaneously say we are ready for prime time, but nobody's allowed to talk about it. Nobody's allowed to show it. Because I don't care who you are. I don't care what product it is. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what product it is. Those two statements are not complementary. Like I used to tell people when I worked with building houses, I used to tell people all the time, you are more than welcome to visit your house at any time you want. We gave people written permission to walk onto the property. The permission clearly stated, though, it is an active construction site. You are not permitted to walk into the building because we still control the site, and we will not come out to the property to show you the property before 50%. So don't call us. And it was right in our contract. It was right in our terms. Some people have said, well, why won't you let me come out to the house till it's 50%? No, I said to him, it's real simple. Because you don't know shit about construction. And I don't want to have to waste time and then charge you for that time. If you want to pay for my time as tack on visits, I'll come out to that house any single day you want. But when you see a bunch of $250 to $500 charges on your house bill at the end, that's all overage, you're going to know it's for my time. From the time I leave the office to the time I get there, the whole time I'm explaining shit to you, and all the time me driving back to my office, you have to pay me for that until 50%. The reason why is I'm out at the sites, I'm out at the houses, and we don't build shitty houses. If there's a problem with your house, I'm going to fix the problem up to 50%. Because you're not going to know the difference anyways. Why is that there instead of there? Why is that there instead of there? I don't know. Why is the ductwork in the ceiling and not in the walls yet? I don't know. Maybe the guy's back was sore today, so he wanted to do all overhead work. The ductwork guy isn't due to be done until 14 February. I don't want you at your house on 3 February asking me a bunch of fool-ass questions. If you want to pay for me to answer a bunch of fool-ass questions, more power to you. Very rarely did anybody call us and be like, yeah, can we take a look at the house? A couple of times people did. And I told them, I said, all right, I'll come out. It's probably going to be about $490 for me to come out today and talk to you about what's going on with your house. And they'd be like, well, I would just like some information. And don't you think that's a little expensive? I said, we talked about this when you signed the contract. After 50%, when we send you the little email that says at 50%, work will come out. But you want to know about what's going on at your house at 35%. What the fuck do you know? And you know what I'm saying? So if they're not ready to show off the game, then they shouldn't be ready to sell any more copies of the game. If they're ready to sell copies of the game, they should be ready to let people talk about the game. I still think the opportunity needs to be given to Alpha 2 beta testers before open to the public. Alpha 1 sales anyway. Critical Zen, that doesn't matter because they don't need to do it before the public because they're not gonna turn off sales again. If they were only looking for another 10,000 testers, I would agree with you. If they were only looking for, say, another 10,000 testers, I would say, well, yeah, you give it to everybody that has Alpha 2 first, and then open it up to beta. But if they're going to open it up, it doesn't matter because Everyone's going to have to upgrade. So there's no limited time only. There's no supplies are limited. There's no, some exceptions may apply. There is simply, you know, we're opening it up and anybody that wants a pack can get a pack. Yeah, Sparky, exactly. The basement's dug, the slab is poured, but it doesn't look like 35% done. Yeah, how would you know? Exactly. And that's the thing that always, like, ultimately is why it's a waste of my time. Because people, like, I remember one of those jobs, I was getting a phone call like every other day. The person was like, well, you haven't started working on my house, but you're working on the house next door. And I'm like, you're right. The house we're working on has a slab foundation and it didn't need as much cure time. Your property has a full dugout basement and I'm waiting the 14 days cure time and we're waiting 14 days minimum cure time and before our concrete guy goes back and takes stuff down. I said, the very last thing you want me to do is start taking down all those supports and then there'll be a problem. And then I have to rip out your foundation and pour another one because then you pay for that. I said, we will have your house delivered to you on date, on spec, on time. And so the person was calling us every single day because they're seeing this other house go up in a fucking hurry. The piece they missed is that most of that house got delivered prefabbed, like all the walls are prefabbed. We build the walls in the warehouse over the winter, and then they're all marked A1, and so the person was freaking the fuck out. And then I remember one day I said, I don't know what your concern is, but we're still months away from delivering your house. Well, I would just like to see some progress. So what would you like to see? I'd like to see all the walls up. Okay. Like 2 days later, we just fucking put all the walls up. Oh, well, that's so much better. Now you guys are running on time again. My fucking dad laughs. And my dad's like, we put the walls up and we're still not going to touch anything about this house for another 2 weeks. I'm like, yep. So it just made me smile, man. It's just people panic. It's just people panic all the time for no reason. I would agree that if they reopen sales before the February test, after the 22nd of February, if they open it, it's because they are ready since NDA will drop for March testing. No, it's bullshit. It's bullshit because here's why. If the NDA is going to drop for the March testing, do the March testing and then sell the Alpha 1 packs afterwards. Again, that way Intrepid doesn't have to play defense. Intrepid doesn't have to deal with all the stupidity. Because why did you buy an Alpha pack if you just had 7? Now, some people don't want to say this, but some people, what they're saying is, well, I don't have an Alpha 1 pack and I want to be a streamer or I want to be a content creator and it's not fair that I couldn't buy in. And I'd say it's perfectly fair because the people who put their money down 2.5 years ago, it's perfectly fair. The argument people are making is it's not equal. And you can make that argument, but then anybody that wants to make that argument needs to just man up or big girl up and make that argument. But I hate when people are making the argument around, in and around the way about, well, fair. No. If you're going to sell the Alpha 1 packs before the March testing, then you need to tell people that they can make content in the February test. You need to take the NDA down for February because it's an integrity thing. An integrity thing is not everything's good, everything's good, everything's good. Those people can't talk. If you're ready, then you're ready and let people talk. If you're not ready, then you're not ready. Those two statements cannot go. I see the point, but the people that bought Intrepid packs didn't see live streams, reviews, gameplays before buying it. You're missing the entire point. You're missing the entire point. The point was 2 years ago, people backed a game that was supposed to have been launched for a year, a month, and 3 days now. When people were buying Intrepid packs in 2018, they were under the impression the game was launching within 15 months. Those 15 months have come and gone, and another 13 months have come and gone. Okay? They're 13 months late. And that's what people, it brings me no pleasure to bring this up, but they are 13 months late. They are 13 months late, and they never offered a refund to anybody. They never said, if you guys want a refund, even though it's out of the refund period. So when you start putting all those pieces together, they're going to get a shit ton of chargebacks. They are going to get a shit ton of chargebacks if they open up Alpha 1 sales before the NDA period. You do the NDA period from March 17th through March 21st. That is 7 days. That is 7 days of content creators making you content for free. And then anybody that comes along and says, well, I didn't know that it was in this state of unpolished, they can put in a refund because they'll be inside their 30 days. But you literally say to them, are you serious? You literally say to them, if they start making a rabble on the Discord or they start making a rabble on forums, you literally can then turn around and say, are you serious? You had 7 days to look at what our alpha product was at the stage it was at. You still chose to back, and now you're complaining. See, the point is you build the counter argument before you ever have to face it. You build the counter argument before you ever have to face it, and then you're not playing defense, you get to play offense. You can't play offense if you don't set yourself up to be on offense. And I'm telling you, if they open up Alpha 1 sales before the NDA drops, they can't turn around and say, well, we made data-driven decisions. Because in 2 testing cycles, in two 4-day testing windows, you were able to make the decision to reopen Alpha 1 sales. So why'd you reopen Alpha 1 sales? One of the things they can't do is say, well, we haven't gotten enough testers. Because instantaneously the discussion point comes, well, no shit, you didn't get enough testers. One of your 2 testing weekends was a holiday weekend. You chose to do testing on a holiday weekend, and you're surprised that you didn't hit the number of testers you want. So that's basically going to be, it could be as honest as Abe Lincoln. It could be honest as Honest Abe that they didn't get enough testers in the December testing. But it doesn't amount to anything because then again, that opens up the whole, so your project management sucks. And Steven is going to get hit with that question from somebody. He's going to be like, well, your project management sucks then. You didn't get enough testers in December, so you decided to reopen Alpha 1 sales to get enough testers, but your projections weren't very good. And then he has to answer that. You get it now. See, that's why we do the show. Q1 2022 would be good. No, probably not, man. Probably not. 2022 probably isn't. 2022 probably isn't even in the cards. If people are sad about Alpha Access opening back up, can they truly charge back 3+ years? They can try. You can try to open up, and unfortunately for Intrepid, they can't really win against the chargeback on Alpha 1. Because in their letter that they sent to everybody, it literally says last chance. And they don't get to decide what gets used in a chargeback. The person filing the chargeback gets to decide what gets used, and then the processor gets to decide. And let's be honest, PayPal doesn't really take too much shit from Xsolla because Xsolla has the lowest rating that PayPal offers. I'm actually shocked PayPal still takes. I'm actually shocked PayPal still deals with Xsolla, but yeah, you could definitely get that chargeback pushed through. And there's not really a good argument Intrepid could make if their chargeback is based on, hey, I'm putting in a chargeback because You said in August of 2018 you weren't going to be opening up Alpha 1 sales again. Here's your statement. Here's your statement. Here's the email you sent, and you've now reopened it. This is a product not as delivered. My basis is exclusivity. You sold me an exclusive product that you've now gone back on. PayPal would probably side with you. So Q4 is the only option in 2022. No, ArcAge 2 is 2025. ArcAge 2 is 2025. 2025 to 2026. The alpha for ArcAge 2 is 2022. XL Games is really good. They're not that good. They also found out what happened the last time they produced a game that quickly. And they're not hurting to produce a game. So no, you're not going to see ArcAge 2 in the next 24 months. You'll see the alpha for it, but you won't see the game. I want to tell you guys, 2023 is probably the most likely. And even then, I wouldn't say quarter one or quarter two. I would say probably mid 2023 at the earliest. You're going to have Alpha 1 for the rest of this year. I mean, shit, they just told you in the live stream on Friday that they don't even have the whole world built yet. That's actually pretty surprising to me. Not the validity of requesting a chargeback, but I assume there'd be some sort of statute of limitations technicality in play with these massive timeframes. That's the thing, though. They've already blown their delivery date. You could charge back Ashes of Creation right now. You could charge back your entire account and say, they said they promised a before 2020 delivery. It is now 2021, and I have no faith or confidence that they're going to be delivering. And there's no counter argument to that. It's not even product not as delivered. It's product not delivered by date. And I've given them an entire year. So yeah, as long as your project hasn't launched yet, you have the problem of, you have to, you can't take the money and run. You actually have to deliver a product. You have to deliver a product by the deadline. Did they ever clarify standoffs on freeholds? Will we be able to build closer to friends and family? No, there's a minimum standoff. We don't know what it is, but you can't build your own little town or your own little hamlet. I am trying to get Steven to change one thing about spouses. I wish spouses' freeholds could be right next to each other. But somebody brought up a really good counter argument to me. Then you'll just have the sweaty neckbeards who, the basement dwellers in mom's basement that have two accounts. And they put their freeholds right next to each other because they marry themselves. And then I was like, well, shit. Yeah, a couple of people going to ruin it for everybody. And I can't. I mean, what do I do there? Do I dispute that? Because disputing that would be pretty silly. Because there are going to be people who outright do that. So, let's see. Goddamn neckbeards. Yeah, I know, right? So my phone. You know, the only thing that would make my day even better is if Samsung gets back to me today and says we're shipping you your monitor, which should be tomorrow. It should be tomorrow because they said 4 days. Please allow up to 4 days for us to prepare your repair. And today is the 4th business day. It's not ready for shipment yet. God damn it. So, it's going to suck, man. It's going to suck. Tomorrow I'm going to get the new computer. And I'm not going to have the other. This is such a sad sight, man. I got this like open mounting bracket right there. I don't even know if that's where it's going to go. I need the other. I was hoping I'd have the other monitor back. And then, you know, because the responsible person in me is not going to open up the new PC until I have the other monitor. because then I have to move shit around twice. So I don't want to move stuff around twice. You're waiting on a shipment of your new coffee pot. The old one died. Talk about pain. Oof. Not the coffee pot. You lost the coffee pot. Can't have that. And we got a coffee drinker here. So we've got one guy with a coffee pot and we got a guy that goes by coffee drinker. So that's how that works. You know, I got to say, I love some of your usernames, but some of your names make me so hungry. Like, so hungry. How are you awake right now? Oh, you're asking him. I was like, I'm awake because I had to take my daughter to school. Although I haven't had any caffeine. Tamir picks the weirdest days to go and get coffee. Tamir, no shit, picks the weirdest and strangest days to get coffee. It's like nothing going on. She gets coffee. Day that I didn't sleep well. And I need a pick me up for my show. Nope. So it's okay. Processing coffee and ashes will be next level stuff. Yes. You bought 3 coffee pots in a few months. Keep burning them out. Oof. That's bad. That's bad. I have a Verismo. I have a Starbucks Verismo. But I haven't made at-home coffee in a while. The problem with making at-home coffee is that the stuff goes bad so fast that I end up just meh. Because I go through periods where I don't drink any coffee, and then I go through periods where I drink coffee every day. So I wish a Starbucks would open in my town, but my town doesn't even have a population high enough. A population high enough to support a Starbucks. Usually Starbucks open in areas where they know they can make like X amount. And my town is like 8,000 people. And my town is huge because it's like geographically, my town is huge because we've got so many corn farms, and we've got a river that runs through my town. So, we have just like space everywhere, and then the entire airport. I found this out the other day. The entire airport is in our town, so we've got like this massive amount of area and this small amount of people. Am I on a Mars colony? No. A river runs through it. Yes. It's funny too, when we have really harsh winters, we've got the little Silver River overflows, and then the water freezes, and then the next summer I go out and I look at the trees, and you can see all the where all of the ice was. So these trees are growing up, and they've got like rings on them from where the water froze and stayed frozen like half the winter. There's a Starbucks across the street from my apartment, and there's 3 more within 2 square miles in a city of 50,000 people. Interesting. You should open a Starbucks. You know, I thought about opening a Starbucks. I thought about franchising a couple of places. But I don't want to stay here. And it would take me longer than the amount of time I want to stay here to get a return on investment. I want to be out of here in 3 years. I want to be in Florida in 3 years. I've decided I hate snow. I hate cold. This week pretty much did it for me. I despise the cold. My back locked up when I was out there snow blowing. And I was like, yeah, no, not going to happen. Franchise fees for those joints have shot through the roof in the last 10 years. Yeah, they have. They really have. Sounds like you've become an old man. No, I have damage to my spine. I have damage to my spine. And so I'm 41, and I'm 41, and I've got arthritis in my hands now. Hence the arthritis gamer gloves that really help. Actually, if you've got painful hands, I don't use these when I game. I use them when we're just sitting here talking for a few hours. How much snow did we get? We got about 5 inches. It's not the snow that's been bothering me, though. It's all the nights that are getting down to 0. And then getting up in the morning and taking my kid to school when it's 0 degrees outside. That's just not fun. If I have to live with that shit, if I have to choose between living with humidity and some swamp ass and some snow, I'll take swamp ass every day. I'm sorry. I would rather have to take 3 cold showers a day to calm down. Cool down? Both? If I'm living in Florida, I think it's going to be both. But I would rather have to take cold showers to cool down versus feel like a goddamn Eskimo. Which, by the way, I got mad props. I got mad props for Eskimos. I don't know how they do it. They somehow do it. 0-0. We have -15 and -20. So I don't know where you're from, but if you have -15 and -20, I'm going to rename wherever you are from to Fuckdatistan, because not doing that. Do you think you can open a Starbucks brand tavern in Ashes? Probably not. Probably copyright, but you can probably do what like Ill Will Press did with Foamy the Squirrel and call it Star Schmucks Coffee. So let's see. Oh, Fahrenheit. I'm American. What's this Celsius shit? What's this metric standard scientific shit? So, Foamy the Squirrel 2006 called and they want their references back. That's okay. That's all right. I'm good with it. Foamy the Squirrel is still badass. Inuit people, not Eskimos. Look, man, I ain't got time to be politically correct. I whatever. Inuits, Eskimos, you know. Let me just remind you guys. Let me just remind you guys that I'm an American, which means I'm going to use all of our crazy American references for stuff, including washing machines. Because we will say that a hole opened up on the expressway 6 or 7 washing machines wide, because we will measure in anything. We will measure in anything other than meters. Feet, squirrels, linebackers, train cars. We'll measure in anything. Meters? Nah. And the funny part is, and I guess it was on this show a while ago, not too long ago, I was explaining to the European audience that every American learns meters, grams, kilograms, kilometers. We learn all that shit. We learn it. We learn it in science class. We learn it in high school. I can't think of a single state out there that doesn't use standard scientific measurements. But we do it just to piss the rest of the world off because we don't give a fuck. We don't. Car lengths. It's like, it takes 6 or 7 car lengths to stop when you're doing 60 miles an hour. My daughter is like, is that your SUV? Is that the Ion? Is that the Altima? Yes, it's whatever vehicle you're in. It takes 6 or 7 car lengths of the vehicle you were traveling in. So, God forbid you use something universal. Yeah, I know. Why? I feel like us peeps from Canada cannot criticize. We use meters unless you're talking about height. We use C unless you're talking about cooking and on. Yeah. You're stupid. You can't use stuff you don't have a visual comparison with, except we do. We do have a visual comparison to it because we do learn it. We do learn it. We just don't use it. It's also, the Americans had to be special, right? We had to use a different type of tonnage. There's been several studies that show nobody switched to metric unless forced by the government. Exactly. We even measure distance and time. Stay 3 seconds behind the car. Yeah, exactly. It actually makes sense when you think about it. A lot of measurements are based on what you can do yourself. Yard equals about a stride. Foot is a foot. And Fahrenheit is more feel than connotation to freezing and boiling. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. But, when somebody said you must be getting old. And I said, yeah, I'm getting old. Because here's the temperatures now. Here are the temperatures now in my life. Warm enough to wear shorts. Cold enough I have to wear pants. Warm enough I can go out in a t-shirt. Cold enough I need a sweatshirt. Warm enough I can use my hot tub. And fuck that, it's cold. Fuck that, it's cold is also known as it's pizza delivery day, which is really funny. Okay, which is really funny. And Americans, you're all going to agree with me on this one. I don't know everybody that gets pizza delivery in all these foreign countries. I said pizza delivery once, and a person from another country's Air Force was like, what's a pizza delivery? It's like where I pick up my phone and I dial a number and I order a pizza and they bring it to my house. He's like, what? Food delivery. What? We walk to the market. You don't have delivery? No. Are you fucking with me right now? No. Their country doesn't do delivery. I was like, shit, you're in for a treat. But don't you guys all think, let me see if I can, hold on. Let me see if I can, yeah, here we go. Here we go. Because you guys know I have horrible role models. The Joker, Negan from Walking Dead. I have horrible role models. I am not a role model for your children. Ever. But I love this one. Ordering a pizza in a snowstorm is such a dick move. Oh, the roads are too bad to drive? But let's see if this 17-year-old kid can make it in his 04 Kia. Probably with bald tires. But we all know. We all do that shit. We drive home from work and we're like, oh, fuck, man, the roads are too bad to go out and get food. Order a pizza. Like, we all know that that's how it is. Pizza dude got stuck in your driveway last year. You know, they stopped delivering. Like, so we had a Domino's in our town that doesn't deliver everywhere. And it's because that they don't deliver here in the winter because they can't make it safely. How are you going to be the pizza delivery place in the town that says you don't deliver to the town? It's because they put the pizza joint up by the airport. They weren't thinking that one through. Also, the reason the U.S. doesn't use the metric system is largely based on a U.S. president throwing a temper tantrum over not being invited to a scientific conference. Nah, that we got to go with even funnier. We got to go with funny. See, you can't go with that. That's not funny. That's not funny. You got to be funny around here and not funny looking, because I take care of the funny looking piece. All right. This is why we don't do anything that England does. This is why we don't do anything that England does. Right here. Right here. Okay, right here. That's why we don't do anything England does. Funny or factual, that's it. That's right. What are you doing? What the hell are you doing? Getting rid of you. What we're doing. And then it's like, I can safely go political because I got about 1 minute and 58 seconds. England or Great Britain or the UK is no longer in the EU. Fucking Joe Biden about mid next year going to call up fucking London and be like, so how you guys thinking about becoming the 51st, 52nd, 53rd, and 54th states? You guys want in? You guys want a piece? Got second warning for rephrasing Jahlon's question in the QA monthly thread. First one said that I should rephrase the question, and second one said I shouldn't do it, and if I wanted to discuss the issue, I should create a new thread. Yeah, Veras, I talked about that last week. The truth of the matter is, I called Intrepid out for that shit because one moderator decided to say I got a number of complaints, so I took action. And I said, okay, well, did you get more complaints than the total number of people that reposted the question? Because if we're basing it on the total number of offended people, then I'd like some statistics. I'd like some empirical rather than anecdotal data about the total number of offended people. But then one moderator decided to go off the rails and do something. And then the community manager came back and said something completely different. And then my people, and I'm going to claim them as my people, because I was singled out and yelled at. This is your fault. And I said, well, aren't all of my people also your people? Because every person Every person that's in my community, that's also in the Ashes of Creation community, are in both communities. I don't have a problem with moderation. You guys know that although I am a fan of freedom of speech, I acknowledge that their forums are their forums and their rules are their rules and their house is their house. And I don't have a problem with them moderating their house. In fact, I highly encourage them to moderate their house. However, the moderator in question said something, got called out, flip-flopped, changed it, and then instead of coming to me and saying, hey, Jay, can you rein in the paradoxicals? The moderator said something, and then immediately when got called out about the bullshit about it, flip-flopped, and then immediately after that, the community manager said something completely different, which resulted in my people, paradoxicals, getting warnings for behavior that was not only permitted by the moderator, but was encouraged by that moderator. And so that lets me know that they don't have a universal see, I'm all about identifying processes. I like to identify processes that are broken. So when I see that happen, whether or not it involves my peeps or not, you have a broken process. And I don't like broken processes. I like processes to work. That one didn't work, but I talked to Toast about it. I did talk to Toast about it, and that got squared away. So, I mean, apparently they just want people to make multiple threads. The question was, how are you going to balance the 50,000 accounts to the 10,000 concurrent population? So, yeah. Am I in the reserves because you got a haircut? No, I just like this haircut. This haircut wouldn't be legal anyway. This haircut would be out of regs anyway. So, this is a little bit longer than a standard high and tight. Yeah, it's too long on the top. Yeah, it's double the length on the top that I could. It's almost a mohawk. It would be okay. It would be okay if this was shorter. But yeah, this is almost fattish. And then for my rank, because I would be an 05 by now, this would be viewed as unacceptable. This would also be kind of viewed as unacceptable for an 05, depending on what job I was doing. They would be like, how about you not do the young man's haircut? I do this because I'm 41, but the two gray patches right there bother me. And so I just shave it off and then I get a couple of days of the fuck. The length would be okay if the fade started halfway between where it is and his ears. Yeah. The high fade is it's also the length would be okay. Yeah. If I faded it up more. But what I have is the sides and the back done as a high and tight, but I don't have the top done as a high and tight. What's the plan when you get fully grayed out? Gonna dye it? No, I just want it to gray a little bit more equally. I just don't like the fact that I've got the two patches on the side of gray. That just bothers me. I just want lots of gray. And then I'll probably do one more go at, looking like my boy in the back, Mr. J. I'll probably do one more time where I do it green. And then we'll grow up. Anyway, I don't like the Mr. Fantastic look. No, not exactly. Anyway, guys, good show again. Good show. I will be back Friday to do it all again. And then Friday, I think I'm not going to open the PC tomorrow. I think I'm going to open the PC on Friday. It all depends on what goes on with this monitor. I will see you guys on Friday. I'm going to get actual food and not just a power bar. And then I'm going to run a couple of dungeons, and then I'm going to really not do anything else. I'm going to just OFO for the rest of the day. You guys take care. I will see you Friday.